I'll play a requiem in your honor. Stronger, build the crescendo, and gentle. All English as I orchestrate it. The beating of your heart is a disturbance. May I play you something? Open the gates to paradise.
That the best intentions can lead to the worst outcomes? Back then, I didn't know. I'll never forget the moment despair darkened those hopeful eyes. But all I ever wanted was for everyone to live in peace. All I ever wanted was a world where everyone was happy. And just like I wanted, the war was over. Because there was no one left to fight in it. But this side of the story will never come to light, since there's no one who wants to hear the truth. I won't ask for forgiveness. You don't need my excuses. For the sake of peace, I'll be the villain I have to be. Time to end our twisted fate. Facts aren't what's important. What matters is what we perceive as the truth. When you look at me, who do you see? A butcher or mankind's savior? Will you be the one who sees through it all and understands me?
This way! Sorry, but I have no intention of losing.
Pleased to meet you. I'm sure we can be of great help to one another.
Those seeking revenge must pay the price. Tremble with fear! Goblet of Oath. Heed my call. Everything falls to the wayside in the face of ruthless power.
Trust in your queen! For this is a special invitation that will change your life. So I hope you're ready for Miracle Maid Kingdom!
Ever since I defeated the witch, I haven't been myself. The hallucinations, they just keep getting worse. You will all disappear from my sight! What was that? Why am I wielding the witch's power? Me, the witch?
로드 가문의 이름을 이어받았으나 뜻대로 이루어지지는 않았다는 게 문제였지. 이걸 들 수 있는 자는 자네뿐일 거야. 날 위해 목숨을 바치려 했던 제뉴와 경에게 감사와 경의를 담아. 로드의 기사로서 손에 쥔 것에만 만족하던 내게 서로가 유일한 주인공이라고 말해줘. 우리의 만남은 필시 운명일 것이다. 그러나 필멸자와 불멸자가 감당할 아픔은 온전히 그의 몫이 되었으니 이 녀석들이 진짜 널 다시 만나는 날 들려줄 이야기가 부족할 일은 없겠어. 같이 기대하고 있으라고.
Imagine how you would feel if your family was slaughtered. If the killer was revered as a hero of legend. Wouldn't it be horrifying? The screams of my enemies will be a requiem for the passing of my kin. Their blood will warm the corpse of my brother. I have no use for pride and honor as a warrior. All that remains is a void of emptiness and rage. Until the heart of my final enemy is run through, we won't stop. Will we, Ilian?
Rise to glory! Welcome everyone to Epic 7 World Arena Championship 2024. I am your host G-Club. With me, we have someone new tonight, Divine, Valky. Welcome to the desk. Glad to have you guys join. Divine, how are you doing? Looking fine in that shirt.
Well, you know, I got to celebrate a little bit of the pride, as an American over here. July 4th weekend came and went by, but I can still hear the fireworks, and I'm sure there's going to be many more causes for them as we've got an exciting set today on Japan server. Right up there, Valk?
Absolutely. As you guys know, yesterday we got some amazing matches, a huge variety of units. And if you know anything about the global RTA ecosystem at all, is that Japan server is not like the other girls of RTA. We are going to see some special strategies, and I can't wait to see these niche picks that will be featured tonight.
Exactly. We had a whole lot of variety of heroes yesterday with the global server, but Japan, they always have some special sauce. And I really can't wait to get into it. But before we meet the players, let's go through the overview. Valk, let's go through the overview a little bit. You want to read the prize and the schedule?
Yeah, the winner of the entire event will be taking home $50,000, followed by $20,000 for the second place, and third and fourth place will be splitting the same amount, $10,000 for them, and fifth through eighth place, don't be feeling too bad for them, will be taking home $2,500.
That's right.
We'll be getting global. That was yesterday. Today we got Japan and EU a few hours after now, and a week after that we'll be getting Asia server, followed by Korea, the cream of the crop, building up to that weekend.
Exactly. And then after that we have tournament draw, and then we do have the balance patch hitting right before that. So, and it'll be the first sight of the Luna, and we'll have group draw plus the event matches. Which is not a real match, but it's just to test the waters of the new patch and the Luna. And then we'll have the main matches happening in August, all the way until the last day of August. That was August 31st for the grand finals. Qualifiers, we've been through 2 slots for global. Asia will get 2, Korea will get 2, Japan, Europe, just 1. So we actually will be going through Japan right now. And we do have 8 best from the Japan server. And then we go through the tournament draw, as we mentioned, and a double elimination format into the main matches in August. That will be the seeding for the qualifiers. And let's talk a little bit more about the players. We have the first 4. Divine, any player that you're looking at from this roster?
Of course. Me and Valk have been doing our research, little black book on hand to make sure I tell you guys everything you need to know. We've got Necoboro on deck, major priority going to some of his units, a little bit of technology coming out, big fan of Urban Shadow Shoe, Blood Moon Haste, and of course everyone's favorite, Dragon Bide Senya. You can be sure to see them up on deck with some unique strategies I've seen, and Ponbashi is also on board. I've heard he's got some tech with multiple builds of some of the units. I'm hoping we'll be able to see them either way, but I've heard some reports about that Albedo, counter, speed, mixing it up with such a versatile unit. Those are the kinds of strategies champions of this tournament are going to employ.
Oh,
For me, I will be keeping my eye on Alibi. I know everybody is excited about Phantom when it comes to Japan server, but seriously, this Alibi guy, very dangerous. Highest win rate and even less game count than Phantom. But speaking of Phantom, there he is.
There he is. Toshipopo, Palmo, Phantom, Nopunaga will be the remaining 4 players. Total 8 players, not 16, because Japan, Europe, we have 8 players. And then at the end, we will only have 1 player from each server, Japan and Europe, going into the main matches. So we'll see. And from the round of 8, we'll have 2 matches being broadcasted, not all 4. So we will see who gets to be the Japanese winner. Because remember, guys, last year, the year before, Japanese server champion actually became the entire tournament champion. So it's a server that you cannot miss. So these players are going to be very strong. As you can see, tournament tree. Starting from round of 8, the quarterfinals, Necoboro versus Ponbashi, Alibi versus sanadakuon, and on the bottom, Toshipopo versus Palma, and then Phantom versus Nopunaga. But not all 4. We will be going through Alibi versus sanadakuon, and also Phantom versus Nopunaga as the quarterfinal. 2 quarterfinal matches being broadcasted. So that'll be it. And as we go through the tournament tree, and we will have one more. Of course, we do have to talk about the event. Broadcast viewing leaves. Guys, get maximum leaves because you do need him.
It's a hunt buff day.
Yeah, it is. Hunt, Rift. Hunt, Rift, Gold, Unequip. I think those 4 events going on right now as we speak for the next, I want to say 5-6 hours. So we still have 5-6 hours, so make sure you're running whatever you have to run, Hunt or Rift. So, and on top of that, you can get Gold. And that is not going to be it. There's a special gift to be revealed later for the grand finals. So make sure you get everything, every single leave, every single gold. As we have the password box also. We'll have the password in the middle of the broadcast somewhere. So make sure you tune into that and copy that into your mailbox. That'll be available very soon. And if you watch the video, once we get into through the in-game web event, you can get the energies, bookmarks, so on. And we have a lot in store, so make sure you to grab everything. Sometimes you forget 1 out of the 4. So make sure you have everything. I'm pretty sure you guys watched yesterday night, the Global. Man, some hype matches. Rikazo, Xander winning it out. The 2 members. What did you guys think about the meta? And were you surprised by the result at all?
Oh, it was definitely... Oh, no, I was going to say, it was definitely surprising. You had a lot of upsets there, specifically with Poopist, specifically with people like Kukerbat. Some of my favorite players to see being taken out by this new wave. Oh, yeah, this new wave of champions, and they were absolutely something I was ready for their strategies. I was ready to see them go further into the tournament, but these new kings will be setting the tone going forward.
Yeah,
and for me personally, I think when you play a lot of ranked RTA ladder, you kind of see this homogenization of the strategy. You would assume with 3rd pick ban protection, everybody's kind of going for their different strat, but when one strategy appears as the dominant strategy, everybody starts to try to copy that player. You know, you have that KHM style tank down, and then you have that 3rd pick Ram Payra style aggression. But yesterday, we saw a lot of alternative ways players found to kind of overcome that metagame. Right, we saw a lot of Shell tier, and we saw for slow players, Unbound Knight Airwall coming back, and that's not a pick I honestly expected to see, especially with the amount of control units, the buff strips, and debuffs coming in. Unbound Knight Airwall generally very weak towards that side, but she ended up showing up huge, enabling a lot of very strong combos like the Navy Captain Landy, like the Specimen Says, who popped off for many matches. So I'm really excited to see how these players cook today.
Exactly. We had so many bans of that ML politics because, of course, we've seen the action a little bit yesterday, and we've seen the reason why when she's released. The game is just in a different mode. You get the speed push up on your own team. The opponent, it's a speed down all the way, and then the tempo was not the same in between the 2 players. So one of the most pre-banned hero, actually 16% pre-banned.
Well, out of people are going to have.
Uh-huh.
No, I was going to say, people are going to have to come up with interesting answers to that. And I think that's what makes Japan server a little bit more unique compared to a lot of the other ones. We've combed through the numbers and seen that, you know, something like ML Broman is actually something in play that could set the standard for how you deal with it. Of course, if you don't want to let it into your pre-bans. But naturally, you also have to consider how things change due to ban protection, especially with units that synergize with her. And that's more than just Janua.
That's right, Ambitious Taiwan, actually huge player in the current metagame for RTA, although yesterday he kind of was supplanted quite a bit by that Unbound Knight Airwall, and once again, he's just so solid, right? You can play him as a mitigation knight, you can play him as a bruiser, but either way you choose to play him, he's going to be able to fight off one wave of debuffs, and that effect is just so strong versus some of the best units like right now, like we saw with that Naquo, who was absolutely dominant.
Oh, so many dominant heroes. Laya, Haste, of course the top 2, just most picked, sometimes even banned. And on top of that, Landy always coming in hot as the damage source. Right after that, Armin was actually a big surprise. I actually did not expect Armin to be picked that many times. So that was a big surprise factor for me. Oh, speaking of which, we talked a little bit about the game, but we do have the players ready now. Alibi on the left, sanadakuon on the right. Sanadakuon? Hey?
He's got quite the swap.
Oh man.
Yeah, he looks like a jolly guy. I don't think he would mind that. We're having a bit of an issue with his name.
Oh yes. Sanadakuon just trying to make us laugh, and I think he's done the job with the photo. And Alibi, let's see what type of player he is. Most picked, Tenua, Emosenia, Empolitis, Ran Vanguard. Speedy.
Yeah, that is the classic Asia server style. Like we said, Japan server known to have a high variety of playstyles, and that is a direct influence from Asia. You ban out the Zeo to play the Ran and Heir. Those are the fastest units in the game otherwise, and Albedo, who can hold back so much damage with that passive of hers.
And Divine, any comments? Albedo, most pre-ban, surprisingly.
Well, as I was saying before, Albedo's one of those units currently in the match where people can play her in a variety of styles. Just like Sanadakuon's the Lion here, another pre-ban there because you don't quite know what to expect. And in a tournament format, the last thing you need is surprises, especially if those surprises are coming from your opponents. Actually, funnily enough, one thing I haven't seen in a while, and does stand out to me, is the Spectre Tenebria there on the most pick. Some strategies have gone away from vying for this classic dark mistress who has a lot to offer. I know certain streamers out there watching right now love her for various aspects, but one key thing I have to say is that we've got a lot of units that protect units in a variety of ways, and of course this is the premier princess that will carry you throughout the draft to victory. You can only lead her on that golden path.
That's right. Spectre Tena is not a hero that we have seen too many times from the global server yesterday. I don't think we've seen her at all, actually. At least for the broadcast matches that I can recall. So it'll be interesting if we can actually have Spectre Tene. We have a lot of heroes that can protect whoever's on the back or getting the heals. We have all those heroes right next to Laya. Of course, these most picks, most Vanguard, most pre-bans, again, they're datas from their preliminaries that they played for the past 3 weeks to get into E7WC qualifiers. So those are the data most picked very recently in the last 3 weeks. So I think they speak a lot of the playstyle that they will be showing very likely. And it seems like we have one speed and one to protect. Let's see if you can actually get through with the damage. Seems like the meta right now, it's not as fast compared to last year. We had some of those games where the moment you go in, you lose first turn, slashes, and then it was GG. There were lots of those calls, but we're not in that meta anymore. It's 2024 July.
Yeah, you'll see a lot more of these higher skill matches because the mark of a good aggressive player is they always know when they can't play aggressively, right? When you recognize that your opponent is putting up their shields, they're hiding in their turtle shells, sometimes it's just best to, hey, say, we're going to go for a slow and steady strategy to match our opponent with our aggressive openers, and we saw so much of that yesterday. I'm really curious how these guys will be adapting today.
And Divine, any comments?
It's also... Yeah, I was also going to say, on that note, it's also interesting to see where players are taking their drafts when they get into the position. We're in the draft right now, and as we've talked about numerous times before, the ban protection is at the 3rd spot. But also, that's where players tend to twist their drafts, get creative, shake things up a little bit. So you can start out a draft very fast and very aggressive and spin it into control. And that's the mastery Valk is talking about. The drafting phase is the game, and the impacts and decisions here will reverberate through the entire tournament.
Both players taking the full 30 seconds to think about their pre-bans, maybe adjusting their strategy a little bit to tailor to their opponent. And we are seeing that Conqueror Lilius, as well as Blood Moon Haze taken out for Sanada, one of his favorites, and we're seeing very consistently for Alibi, the Asia-style pre-bans. Dragon Brysenia immediately locked in, followed by the Sea Phantom Politics and the Janua. That's one of those combos we've seen so much. We hear about it, the Enrage on the Janua will give him so much value, even without him dropping below half health in order for him to activate.
Yeah, the combo from Politis certainly helping that Janua, following up with what? Sanadakuon. This draft going a little fast right after the pre-ban.
There are lots of these opportunities in E7 that I like to talk about as dangerous duos. Your Bonnie and Clydes, really, of these characters that synergize each other and push their strategies to the next level. And actually, an important one to notice here for Sanadakuon as an opportunity is in that band protection unit. Dragon Bride Senya is an absolute monster at protecting somebody. So whoever's being slotted in here is going to be important. And it's actually that benevolent Roman we were talking about, able to fight back against the CR manipulation that Sea Phantom Politis is offering. Talk about that, Malcolm.
Ooh, that is one of the newest exclusive equipments. When his teammates get pushed back by that combat readiness manipulation, he will shoot them up the bar. Rand, as well as Requiem Roana, that is one of the popular speed fluxes I was expecting to see yesterday picked out for Alibi. And sanadakuon, you can tell these players are very familiar with these matchups. Abyssal Yuthian as well as the regular fire version of Politis locked in. Both of those units hold 50% combat readiness together. And I mean, together, they hold back all combat readiness, and you can absolutely block out the effectiveness of the units like the Requiem Roana as well as the Janua. So one of these units has to go. So you are fighting the Dragon Bride Senya as well as the Navy Captain Landy. For Sanada, he has the option to see which one of these heavy damage dealers he wants to remove.
And finishing off the draft with Gala Lilius. Let's see who the post bans comes through.
I can't predict this match at all.
You know, we'll need to see the pre-bans. Politis banned out. We do
gone.
not want her triggered. Wow, that is interesting. So, a lot of utility removed for both players. Alibi will still have access to 50% of his combat readiness manipulation. No problems for Rand, whereas Alibi will not have that enrage to his name in order to aggressively initiate his Janua.
But still, it seems like Alibi's got that trick of speed run in that band production. Let's go into our first game of Japan tonight. Of course, Rand's starting things.
He is the premier engager opener, and he's not only going to be starting things off, but he also brought a dance partner with him.
Determined in an instant.
When you got the Rand, you got the Requiem Roana. That book is almost exclusively his. AoE attack, procs the Elder's Ritual Sword. Abyssal Yuthian will hit back, but that defense break will be so deadly. Requiem Roana here finally gets her turn, and she is going to the cooldown, but instead single target to have procs the Elder's Ritual Sword once again. Ouch.
Taking some damage. Double AoE from
a bit
Yuthian.
surprised that Alibi is playing a slower game and we're going to instant
In-rider proc off the dual attack there. That's going to send this damage skyrocketing very quickly with the added bonus of the attack buff. Thank you for that, Rand, by the way. If a crit's here, it's going to be a near kill on the Yuthian immediately.
And the extra splash damage combined with that defense down knocks Navy Captain Landy to a quarter of her health. And because it's not direct damage, not going to activate the Senya. Senya says, no, you are not touching her. Takes out the Rand. And by relation, Requiem Roana will also now stuck in the middle of nowhere. Galililius ripping that S3. How much of this damage can Alibi carry it through?
Oh man, that's two down already.
Not letting up.
Get a load of these guys.
Dragon Bride Senya went immediately from a marriage ceremony to a funeral as Navy Captain Landy stands last on her team. The damage limit making sure that not too much gets through, but the salvo almost putting her in her grave immediately, and Janua has something to say about that.
You do not want to see the Janua go. When that hair flip comes, you know he is angry, and when he's angry, there is about to be a whole lot of damage done, although not going to be able to get the turn.
And with that extra fight, Alibi takes game number one. Sanadakuon might have been a little bit hurt from that type of damage. It was a lot coming down. Alibi, one win so far.
A little bit hurt. I gotta tell you, I'm a proud American on this 4th of July. That made me envious of Canada's free healthcare. You're gonna need everything to recover from a win like that. Albi came in quick, efficient, and in exactly the way Japan server demands its victors.
And that is all thanks to the Rand. I know the other characters collected the kills. Requiem Roana didn't even do much outside of pressing a button and proccing Elbrus.
That's right.
But those defense breaks did so much work. 2 from the Rand, 1 from the Roana. Absolutely dropping these characters' defense by a whole whopping 70%, allowing these DPS units to just chew through absolute tanks that you see coming out from sanadakuon, who was not able to hold it down and hold back this crashing tidal wave of damage.
Yeah, exactly. And Midnight Gala Lilius doing a ton of damage. We don't really get to see her too much. But when the opponent is super tanky, she's one good pick that can deliver damage. And I think Alibi has that Ran locked right in the middle. So when we say locked in the middle, I think that's when the pre-bans could be very useful for Sanadakuon.
You've got to cater your strategy to the opponent. I've said it many times before, but it's really a dance at the end of the day. Your opponent takes a move, you take a move in return. And if you can't keep up, you're going to fall behind. And it's not the kind of stage where you're going to look very, let's just say, gracious when that happens. Every competitor here is bred to find that fighting spirit, especially with their back up against the wall. And that's what they're going to need when they get to the grand finals with that loser's opportunity in the second tournament. Now let's get a look at the next match. Ooh, interesting pre-bans.
Yes, the pre-bans do continue, and then waiting for the new pre-bans. And the pre-bans for game 2 are...
In order to be able to stabilize in this series,
Ran
though,
has to be banned
Sanada
out.
takes out that Ran right away. You do not want to deal with that soul burn defense break. That is way too much value when you know your opponent likes to play aggressive. Once again, though, we're going with Dragon Bright Senya.
Huh?
Continuing.
You trying to start something?
With the politics Genya once again.
Block.
Ooh, that's how you know when there is a viable strategy. You take the Politis, you get the Janua, you have such good value. And I think that Janua especially might be the key here for Alibi, since last match, even though you knocked out the Ran, which by relation kind of drags down the Requiem Roana as well, just out of principle of the Janua being alive at the end, he was so hard to take down, still in immortality. But this time, sanadakuon going for the Politis, who is a very strong unit whenever she is fighting Janua, because when he does that little hair flip animation, she can in turn trigger her own passive, and you'll see these two characters fighting to take the turn from each other on the combat readiness bar.
Again, Sanadakuon looking for a red knight in the middle.
I don't even know.
A knight of some kind, and it lands on
Destroying
Abyssal
Yufine.
Yufine.
In the Vanguard, interesting.
I mean, she's a perfect unit, especially because, as we keep saying, she deals a lot with this CR manipulation. And a first appears for Little Queen Charlotte.
Ooh,
First
wow,
appearance.
targeted towards that Abyssal Yufine. You know, when me and Divine were doing our research, we noticed that Sanada has a protection set Abyssal Yufine, so he might be playing her on the more tankier side to enable defensive strategies. And I wonder if this buffed up version of Little Queen Charlotte will be able to punch through an Abyssal Yufine like that.
Response with the Celine. Can you sustain the damage? We know what she can, how much she can deliver. When
Is
that
it another benevolent Roman?
who didn't do much in the previous game, was blown out after that Ran. But there is no Ran anymore.
The thing I like to say, especially about this position that Sanadakuon is in, is essentially you went through the midterms, you got a question wrong, and that same question is on the finals. That's what this situation is. Because even with the LQC, the situation on left side hasn't changed all too much. And it's even gotten a little bit more dangerous with something like the knock wall coming up and being put down immediately. That's how much of a danger that character is. Doesn't even have to think about the ban. And with these top 4 on both sides, we'll be going into the match where it's sink or swim for Sanadakuon.
It seems like we'll
Both
have
players
lots
do
of
not want to
interaction.
deal with the debuff unit.
We'll see.
I'm going.
Alibi leading 1-0 here. Sanadakuon needs to survive. Phantom Politis starting the turn.
Yeah, this is a big hazard. Normally, you don't even need to think about C Phantom Politis, but with the Celine as well as the Politis, she now turns into a net negative. If you press, you use that cooldown up, and you're activating 2 characters. Skips a turn, and Vicious Tywin will be able to go. 2 characters on Unity, but does land a stun as well as a defense break on 2 of the characters.
Also gets hit back But the battle command not only cleanses the debuff, but gives him the enrage that he was looking for and actually wanted to profit off of with the Sea Phantom Politis. That's what makes him such a great character. Not only does he provide aggression, he can also keep debuffs off his team, which is exactly what LQC is going to need when she comes in with a slam with that big damage. Big swipe there as well. Almost half on the Dragon Bride Senya already.
Yep, Senya losing half of the HP. Going for the spear toss.
She needs to go. She needs to go now. Goes right into the Janua. Sanadakuon did that move in order to free up the Celine. She cleanses herself, and now Secret Art Storm Sword activates. Intuition comes on.
It's a stun.
It's Tywin. Ooh. Going to be able to lose that turn. Good thing he burned that cooldown earlier. Now she's going to burn that soul.
Oh, LQC.
Charlotte, we need to take her out.
Oh, plenty of damage.
Take my hand.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's gonna keep the Euthine safe, surely.
yeah, it's looking rather grim immediately with her out of the picture, because the Little Queen Charlotte has access to so much damage if you can get her in a position to unleash it. With her dead and Janua at the neighboring death door, I struggle to see a way out, but a quick swipe might do it.
Take out the Dragon Bride Senya as well as the Politis in the back with that splash damage. Abyssal Euphine now, it's all on her. She needs to be able to finish out the rest of the match. Does not take out the Janua. Stealth buff reducing that AoE damage he's going to be taking.
Here's finally the S3 Fnatic Ball.
Oh, me again?
But it does give attack buff once more to the Green Celine. The Mean Bean Machine puts down 2 with easy defeat, and that's signing them off.
That is GG, called by Alibi. Sanadakuon survives in game number 2. What a draft! We will be going into game number 3. That's Celine. Kicking things hard. She is one of the most picked right now, especially against that Politis.
Sanadakuon signing in from a room just as clean as that victory was. Absolutely beautiful to behold. The way he posited his characters as constant counter reactions to every single move his opponent wanted to do. That's what we talk about when we say drafting is important, because once you put yourself in a position like his, the match is already won. You're just waiting for the victory to come to you.
And like you highlighted earlier, Divine, he got that question wrong on the midterms, and when it came up again in the finals, he was ready. Took out that Ram right away in the pre-bans, and thus letting him prop up his defensive strategies. You know, it was not the cleanest win, but oh man, he made all the right moves, and even without Politis contributing anything to his win, he was able to pull it out, especially with that Green Celine popping off.
Yeah, getting that stun from the exclusive equipment. That was something that was unexpected, but he actually had that in store going on to that Tywin. Now 1-1 Let's see, Alibi has the choice to go first turn. But talking about pre-bans, maybe that Politis has to go. Janua seems to be the problem.
Yeah, might be one between those two, and I would say for Alibi, he might need to think about banning that Abyssal Euphine, being on protection set. The players have 30 seconds to decide, and now Alibi is the one who got that midterm wrong, and let's see if he nails it on the finals.
Ran is out of the equation, along with Landy. Those players really thinking hard about the pre-bans. Let's divide.
No, I was just saying some of my favorite units, definitely to see the way they engage a lot of chaos into the element of the game of E7. Now, I like a good drag-out brawl as much as the next guy, but really, at the end of the day, I'm here for upsets. I'm here for surprises. And most of all, I'm here to win my games with the only Lord I follow, RNGesus.
We felt it with the Bellion ban. We have the S10A. First pick by Sanadakuon. How does this work in the meta right now?
We saw that Bellion pre-ban earlier as an adaptation, so when that Bellion is out of the game, it is almost always very safe to pick. Whoa!
BBK in 2024! A-Lots!
Whoa!
I love Japan server already!
We said the server was full of chefs, but we are eating good today. That is a strategy I have not seen since 2019. And with all of these units out, I'm not surprised we're getting to see them again every time. Oh, wait, what is going on?
We're going for some speed imprint and green sin. We're running it.
Give me speed or give me death!
We're going for F1 right here. Vildred! Imprints! The speed imprints are coming.
Let's start.
Even Shuri!
Oh my god, 4-star Shuri?
Oh, it is a race out here, ladies and gentlemen. And especially with one of these speed imprints in that band protected slot, there is nothing that Alibi can do to remove it. So he might be in a bit of a pinch here, although he does have 2 immortality characters in the Janua as well as the Blood Blade Korean. That might be able to hold him down in case he loses the race. But Sanada, do you commit here? Or
for the counter?
Oh, he fired K-Ron too!
Okay, I gotta put out an alert right now. If you had a friend who was watching the previous match and said, I'm gonna go make some dinner real quick, like 2-minute instant ramen, you gotta call him back. This game is gonna be over in a flash.
Yeah, flip that ramen, you don't have that time. Shuri banned for the
you gotta
imprints.
get out of here.
And Politis,
I mean, the feedback to Politis was obvious, right?
So we have some imprints. Let's see if it takes the first turn. A-Lots, I know he's pretty fast. But Green Sid also, game 3, it comes down to this final game. A-Lots by 3%.
That A-Lots was ready to engage. And he's going to be soul burning here on the S3.
Quick, one silence.
Oh, man. Dropping down a little bit of that cheeky silence and a bit of that chip damage. You have your option on who you want to push up here. That is going to be the Blood Blade Korean attack buff.
This blade desires blood.
Big damage going to come through here, and it drops all over sanadakuon. Takes out 3 units.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go gambling. It's time.
Hold on. Hold on.
Is he going to bust, or is he going to take it all with his counterattack? Oh my goodness!
Here's Genya with a passive. Okay,
Not
Ron's
the only
still
one who
alive.
can activate immortality.
You have to hit him.
You trying to start?
There's no other way.
Oh, Janua versus K-Ron is usually a negative matchup for the K-Ron, but in his case, the K-Ron is so slow that his immortality might actually be able to outlast the Janua.
Here's a hit, miss.
Let's not do this.
Oh, no counterattacks.
No more.
No.
Oh!
Oh, another counterattack coming out! Devastating damage downs the battlefield. A proc of immortality on the Janua. He fights back, but that immortality means K-Ron is standing tall. And meanwhile, he's got a little something to say with the S3 in play, hand out to grab and extend those buffs. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. He was immortal before, and he's still immortal.
Immortal versus immortal.
Defender. Yep.
When you got him K-Ron anchoring versus one of these classic cleaves, all he's got to do is dodge, counter, and also, you know, hey, hope he counters some more.
Got through one more, but now.
Let's go gambling!
Wow!
Oh, and
There it
that
is.
is it. Wow.
sanadakuon takes a series with a K-Ron clutch.
K-Ron, the final pick. Did go through, and what's the choice to win that? Well, we knew that K-Ron could be one of the biggest factor, and he delivered. What a game! I have not imagined that we will see this type of game, but it is Japan server. They always seem to surprise us.
73% damage with the K-Ron. I mean, it was his game to lose, and he certainly brought everything he had, plus a little bit extra.
When you're running these speed versus speed matchups, that is sometimes a decision you have to make. When you're dropping speed imprints on speed imprints, if you're feeling that your opponent sometimes might be faster than you, it could be a good idea that instead of just dropping another one, running another set of plus 10, you just instead, hey, let's go for a K-Ron. Let's go for one of these anchors that go slow instead and punish these fast units. And in his case, sanadakuon absolutely made the right gamble, and that he was rewarded for his decision.
And I believe we're going to highlights, and this highlight might be a quick one.
I can already hear everyone at home re-gearing their K-Ron as we speak. There's still 5 hours left in Rio.
Oh yes, certainly. Alibi certainly went with the speed. I love the fact that sanadakuon respected that and went with the speed. Says, okay, you wanna race? I can race against you. This was game 1.
I mean, it's just one of those gut decisions we talked about where when the draft takes a turn, you either catch the wave or you fall into the waters.
And that also harkens back to when we discussed, you know, when you are a good, aggressive player, you might just get that sixth sense your opponent is faster than you, and instead of racing them even further, you might just slow it back down and commit into something defensive and punish them that way. And oh man, is that fun to see.
The second game, Yufine seemed to be one of the favorites from sanadakuon, but Celine is stunned. I haven't seen this exclusive equipment for such a long time.
It's too late to say sorry.
Usually she doesn't need it because she just elites units like she's doing right here with the LQC. A premier problem solver in the current meta. Used to be a little bit of a joke, but a joke no more. That the mean bean machine of green Celine, I meant to say, brings a hell of a pack of a punch these days.
Yeah, and the fact that all 3 of her exclusive equipments are viable as well, that throws into the extra unpredictability in the ecosystem, in the environment like RTA, where if you do not know what your opponent is planning to do, it is so hard to come up with a counter plan. It's so hard to counterplay and prepare against them. So very well played from Sanada, going with that stun and popping out the A-Time for the second turn, dropping that little Queen Charlotte. So fun to see.
This is one spicy one that we haven't felt for a long time. Well, even Genua with the immortal, he can't extend his immortality when Kayron actually can extend his buff. That was a big catch. Yeah, great game. And sanadakuon will be moving up to the semifinals.
Yeah.
Rather a quick one.
If
I was
that's what we're
ready
getting
for
to see tonight, I
game.
can't wait for the rest.
Exactly, Valky. Compared to yesterday, I think we're having a little bit faster of a match going on with the speed, with the Rand just finishing things up. Celine target damaging basically, and the final game, poof! It seems like we're back in Asia somewhere. But that'll be it for the first match that we have, and moving on very soon into the second match. But this is kind of what we expected, boys, right? Divine?
Well, it's really a lot of the meta depends on where you're taking your angles, right? Are you fighting in terms of tankiness or damage? We saw a lot of that with yesterday on the global server, but here we're seeing a lot of CR manipulation coming into factor. The speed is the king. And when we talk about CR manipulation, what we're really saying at the end of the day is very simple. Who is taking first turn? Who's taking the turns after that? And can I, as your opponent, stop the chain of command? Stop these dominating units from going one after another and sweeping the board. A lot of Japan's players are playing on that mental field where they're manipulating not only each of their pieces, but the battlefield in total, and coming out with a decisive victory as a result.
Perfect points. We saw Sanada absolutely playing the heck out of that Celine, as well as Politis. Those were such important units for him that these characters, when their opponents sees that first turn and the supports pop off, they have ways of stealing the turn. You have other characters that we haven't seen yet, like for example, the Sage Ballin Sazan as another popular unit when you want to stop your aggressive opponent from chaining together these turns. Stealing that turn sometimes just means you can instantly win the match.
Yeah, sometimes it's kind of rare these days to see a game like that. The previous game, game number 3, had to have imprints. And some people are asking, what are imprints? Why are they? Why did they have Silk? Why did they have Vildred? Do you want to explain a little bit more about the imprints and what they actually give the plus speed?
Absolutely.
Oh.
So when you have multiple copies of these units and you fuse them together, they give passive effects, especially these stat boosts, to their teammates. And the most important one of all is the speed imprint. And that will, for example, when Sanada locked in the Sid and the Silk, the Sid will give plus 10 speed to that. The Sea Phantom Politis, the Silk will give 14, and so on. And in Alibi's corner, he was stacking Shuri, Vildred, to do the same for his opener as well. And, you know, he did end up going first with the auxiliary lobs, but Kayron being the slow pivot, right? In fighting games terms, it would be like a mix-up, right? You go fast, then you go slow. So now your opponent needs to be able to adapt to both sides, and if you're blocking, and suddenly they catch you with one hit, the combo will just send you home.
Exactly. With the speed imprints, and when it comes to the speed race, the first turn matters so much. That's why we were having these imprints even picked just to get that first turn, plus extra source of damage. And Kayron, as you guys mentioned, it's one of the biggest counters because he's so slow that he doesn't even get the turn, but the counter still works without getting a turn. So it's having one big turtle and then the speed racers going so far ahead, right? So that was the match. If it's his first time tuning in, you can certainly go into PvP and have that. But let's move on to our next match. Phantom, the champion of 2024, versus Nopunaga. What a huge matchup, because Phantom last year did not make it through the Japanese qualifiers.
Well, he's come with a little bit of revenge here today, and a most interesting strategy, if I could add to that as well. Most Vanguarded is in the position of course, the Shroom. Now, this is a character that's usually coming out to obviously counter some of the decisive meta units we're seeing a lot of the times, specifically Death Dealer Ray. So his opponent will have to keep an eye on that for the most part, with his pre-bans going out towards Zio and Peyra. And now we have these pre-bans of Sea Phantom Politis and Knockwall. What do those signify for us, Valky?
Well, when you see somebody who bans a lot of Sea Phantom Politis and Knockwall, that tells you two things. One, they might be on the slower side of a player, and they might construct their strategy around turtling up, and two, they really, really dislike debuffs. We saw Knockwall take over so many games today, especially versus these slower players, because one, she's not very fast, so you will get punished going up against a Rand, against a Peyra. We know Phantom like to play that. So Nopunaga, being the slower player here, takes those out so he doesn't have to worry about being bound. He likes to play through his passive, so the seal won't be a factor for him to worry about just yet. And as you highlighted, that Dragon King Sharoon, so clutch in that band protected slot. So I'm expecting to see a lot of Death Dealer Ray coming out either against or for both of these players.
That's right. With the same Vanguard, they should have excellent understanding of DDR. It seems like Nopunaga does like to play the Death Dealer Ray a little bit more, along with Haste and Celine. So overlapping a little bit. But Phantom, we all know that Phantom, one of the highest, one of the best equipments out there in the world. And we go straight into the band pick, the Pataz. Seems like we need to wait a little bit, but Nopunaga, it seems like he was playing Epic 7 from a really nice place for a second that I just got.
That is a really good camera angle. I mean, we've seen a lot of RTA streamers, and usually they're on their computer, and you're used to seeing this angle. And Nopunaga had a pretty new one. I think Poop is from yesterday as well. You got to see the Superman angle.
Yeah, we got a lot of differences in terms of people's quality. I think I saw somebody in chat making fun of me for having a wooden bed, and I'll tell you, this bed is exactly as comfortable as it looks. I mean, it is just a slab of rock at the end of the day. But no, messing aside from all of that, I really do think at the end of the day, every champion, every king needs his castle. So if you're an E7 player and you've got a fancy pad, it just means you're treating yourself right.
Yep, exactly. It's having best
absolutely.
posture.
I got my battle station as well.
Yeah, I can see what the poster's behind.
Really good setup.
Yeah.
I can tell.
I'm a big idle cheer enjoyer, so going to be getting a lot of combat readiness today.
Exactly. That's an artifact that you do want. Tenebria, nice choice, I would say. And Tamarin, always solid, always solid. I guess I should put something on the back too. Of course, I have the green screen. maybe I'll switch it up next week.
Yeah, you got the coolest arena out of all of us. You're there to witness everything live, and with the spear as well. I wonder who that belongs to.
I wonder. Now we all know. That was the Easter egg a couple of weeks ago. Oh, about a month ago. But now we kind of all know. Yeah, really
now
cool
we all
image.
know it's G-Clef Spear. I hear you're actually a accomplished martial artist yourself, so just really ready for you to take the battlefield. You know, we already saw you as this year's Sandbag, and you know you're not messing around. You're not someone to mess with. So spear in hand, you guys can get ready for ML. Whatchamacallit? I was gonna say it.
MLG
Oh God,
Clef?
what?
ML
No,
punching bag?
not MLG Clef. That's too little. ML Mort. We've got ML Mort with us right now,
Oh,
ladies and
ML
gentlemen. Come on,
Mort.
with the spear ready to go. Come on, give us the line. Give us the line, G Clef.
I'll take you on.
Oh, that's what he's gonna say. I know
That's
you
the
guys.
Ross- that's the
in chat have
Ross
seen it.
line. That's Ross.
He's writing in his books as these matches are going. He's collecting those souls, and he's going to burn that, strip all of your buffs, and then you're going to be sealed. Then you'll see what's up.
Man, I will be the weakest character out there. If I actually get into the battlefield, I will be deleted. Maybe I won't even exist when you actually get into the game.
No, you're just a defense scaler that starts with negative attack. Right? You know, it's just like all the characters that like don't need crit chance because they auto crit. You're just like, I don't need attack. My defense is my attack.
How about I hit the opponent and I heal them? I heal the opponent, so I'm actually working against my team.
The traitor? G Clef the traitor?
That'll be a pretty
he's a flex
funny
character. You pick him on your team when you're trying to flex on your opponent. I can beat you 3 versus 5. Can you beat me like that?
No way. Oh, if you have Kayron, maybe. If you have Kayron, he might be the only source that you need. So I do have a word. Phantoms. We're getting a reset on Phantom's device, so it'll take just extra minute. That's why we were just slightly waiting for Phantom to just reboot and come back into the game so we can have him on the camera. Because we do have a setting. The reason why this year's taking a little bit longer because every single player we're checking the device as for the stable connection and also the camera and then the game setting that it's fair and square for everyone. So there's a little bit more delay before we get into each match, but just to make it fair and square according to the rulebook setting for every single player, it does take an extra minute. So it'll be nice for you to understand sort of the mini delays that happen before the matches, but it's for the setting to make fair square player matches for the entire tournament. So I hope you understand. Thanks for the patience, everyone.
Hey, no problem. That's why we're out here alongside you guys. I'll be breaking down the strategies on in-play, and Divine, I mean, just brings so much hype and energy every single time.
I'm here till I pass out, ladies and gentlemen. Just like every day of my life. I'm here full energy, and then at some point I hit that wooden bed, and it's just for the rest of the night. Wake up, do it all over again.
Are you going to be hitting that bet in between Japan and EU? Because it seems like we have a couple of hours before hitting EU.
So one of the quotes I always like to remember, especially in my darkest times, is that, you know, there will always be a never-ending fight, right? And that's Batman, right? Who's a big fan of micro naps. So here's the strategy, right? We've got 3 hours from what I assume is the end of this tournament until Europe, right? So I'm going to sleep for 10 minutes. I'm going to wake up and prep for the cast. I'm going to sleep for another 10 minutes, and then I'm going to get one more 10-minute sleep right before we go live. And if I don't wake up, I'm just going to put a sandbag here, and we'll just pretend like that's me. And then it'll just be a camera of the sandbag and me sleeping in the back of my room.
Whoa, hang on now. You might want to, draw a little smiley face on that one, or maybe in your case,
we do need you for the European for the Europe server. So hope you make it.
About to say it's gonna be like I think 5 a.m. for me when the next tournament starts. So like you'll get to see something unique. I actually have the light on right now because let me flip it real quick. Because if I don't have the light on, this is what it looks like. Because I'm in New York at almost midnight, and when we get to the next tournament, I don't think I'll need the light because we'll literally be starting the tournament at the crack of dawn.
So we'll see some sunlight hitting Divine. If you can turn the light on, so we don't lose as many frames. We want to capture as many frames of your beauty. That's a lot better. I love the shirt, by the way, once again.
Yeah.
And Valky, of course. Great room setup. Everything looks a lot better. Did you get a new camera?
Yeah, I did. I actually got the exact camera you recommended me. I went out for lunch today, and I said, I'm going to get the camera G-Clef told me to get. That way, I don't know why I'm coming across a little bit more red than usual, but I'm sure we'll get that squared away somewhere in between.
It's just your aura. Your competitive aura is awakening. Your standability.
It's your
will come
blood
in
going
I'm
through
fired up.
so quickly. The blood circulation
I'm
for
honestly
E7.
just fired up. That or the Tenebria poster behind me is doing a little bit more than just being there. I don't know, because I don't know if you guys seen that S3 animation, because when she goes, oh my, everything turns a little bit red.
Yeah, that moon dropping. Yes, exactly. And we do see that moon. With the new Moon Luna animation, the song with Airikana. We do see the eyeballs on the moon. That has to be related with Tenebria, right? According to the lore and the story. I'm not the most in-depth person according to the story, so I don't have the answer.
That,
Any of you guys
I think
know?
it's Divine's field. I am a classic story skipper when it comes to Epic 7.
Well, I won't spoil too much because not all the details have been revealed as of yet. But just remember, there was a lot of eyes on the moon in particular, which I think hints specifically at maybe some upcoming elements or antagonists that might be plotting demise from the moon. Might be you know, have some eyes on the prize, as the kids might say nowadays. Not too familiar with the jargon the younger people use, but yeah.
Yeah, perhaps the new boss? Hint, hint. I know not everyone is up to the story, up to all the episodes in the newest episode. So just don't want to spoil for all of you who haven't pushed all the episode, because you do need to get some really good heroes with some equipment perfectly set up to push all the way. But we've seen the trailer and there were frames of her, I think. Yes, that's a big hint. So if you go back, and you might know who that new boss might be. And that was also the reason why we were saying you might want to save some of those gold catalysts for a potentially new boss coming soon.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about that one. Yeah, I just know story as the thing that gives me the really OP free units, right? I got my Aiden, just got my Veronica very recently, admittedly, so, you know, it is what it is.
Oh, by the way, Luna, how did you guys do? Were you okay? Did you hit Diddy?
Absolutely not. I actually rolled for Luna on my birthday because I thought mistakenly that would give me additional luck. I had 4 10 pulls of just blue. Just empty, voided blue. I was like, she is not coming home. I think she might have a restraining order on me, in all honesty.
Oh, no. I don't want to talk about it.
Okay, you don't want to talk about it,
but...
Yeah, Valky, we can talk about it later because it seems like we need some more time, guys. So we will take a break about 5 minutes. Once we come back, we should be all good. Should be all good. I pray that we will be really good. That we'll be going into the match as soon as possible. But before that, we will take a 5-minute break. We'll be right back.
the best intentions can lead to the worst outcomes? Back then, I didn't know. I'll never forget the moment despair darkened those hopeful eyes. But all I ever wanted was for everyone to live in peace. All I ever wanted was a world where everyone was happy. And just like I wanted, the war was over. Because there was no one left to fight in it. But this side of the story will never come to light, since there's no one who wants to hear the truth. I won't ask for forgiveness. You don't need my excuses. For the sake of peace, I'll be the villain I have to be. Time to end our twisted fate. Facts aren't what's important. What matters is what we perceive as the truth. When you look at me, who do you see? A butcher or mankind's savior? Will you be the one who sees through it all and understands me?
This way! Sorry. But I have no intention of losing.
Pleased to meet you. I'm sure we can be of great help to one another.
Trust in your queen! For this is a special invitation that will change your life. So I hope you're ready for Miracle Maid Kingdom!
로드 가문의 이름을 이어받았으나 뜻대로 이루어지지는 않았다는 게 문제였지. 이걸 들 수 있는 자는 자네뿐일 거야. 날 위해 목숨을 바치려 했던 제뉴와 경에게 감사와 경의를 담아. 로드의 기사로서 손에 쥔 것에만 만족하던 내게 서로가 유일한 주인공이라고 말해줘. 우리의 만남은 필시 운명일 것이다. 그러나 필멸자와 불멸자가 감당할 아픔은 온전히 그의 몫이 되었으니. 이 녀석들이 진짜. 널 다시 만나는 날 들려줄 이야기가 부족할 일은 없겠어. 같이 기대하고 있으라고.
Hello. Yes. And welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of Japan server qualifiers. Still in the quarterfinals. We just went through one of the two matches. Now, right before we start into Phantom versus Nopunaga, it seems like we were doing some extra checks for the stable connection. But from Phantom's side, we're double checking, making sure that we can run a stable, connected, smooth transition into the game, but we're having some difficulties into that, so we took an extra break, but we will still need a couple more minutes. But as soon as I get word from the production, I will let you know. But continuing our talk with New Moon Luna, what did you say, Valky? That you don't want to talk about the process? Wait. Valky? Mike? Is it muted? Or am I the one?
I can hear you. I can hear you, G-Clef.
I can hear you, Divine. What happened to Valky?
Well, I guess it's the me and you show.
We lost the sound. It's just me and you show. Valky, go to bed.
It's time to sign off, Balk. As you know,
I thought I was the one not.
with you.
I thought I was the only one because he was speaking, certainly, or either he was acting. Divine, it's just you and me right now.
Yeah, we just have such a close connection. I could just pretend to hear him. I think it works out pretty well at this point. No, I was gonna say, G Cliff. So we were talking earlier. If you want some hints on what's going on with the new Moon Luna lore, if you want some ideas of what maybe is going on with the moon, I'd say actually look towards the back of Valky's camera as he screams at it. You might see a certain figure that's well known to be associated with the red moon that she happens to have her eye on, quote unquote. Somebody's S3 that might, seem similar in a fashion towards this overall Daic-like entity that she happens to be fighting against. If you're a real story enjoyer like me. Now we've got the match going back on. Looks like Phantom has assassinated Valky's connection. Yeah, that's all he needed.
We lost Valky, but we got Phantom, so I think we're good. But let's get down to business. Game 1. Zio Armin ban. Interesting from Phantom.
Well, we've seen this Armin come in a lot as a stable knight in a lot of instances. The meta is so focused on all these bruiser units, all these tanky protectors, like, as we can see here with the Dragon's Bride Senya, that sometimes you need to fall back on Old Faithful, and she is ingenious at that. In addition, we haven't seen her yet, but Laia is a premier pick, especially in the current meta, and that Armin gives you an extended turn, getting you further and further into the match so you can let that unleash. But that's not the match we're dealing with right now. We've got a very classic example going on between the Navy Captain Landy going up against the Blood Moon Haste, backed up by the Junua, once again making an appearance like always.
Yeah, plenty of damage. Even without the DDR, locking that Dragon King Sharon right in the middle for the band protection. And Gala Lilia's second time appearance of the day. Phantom certainly bringing the damage, especially against that bulky Senya. I think it's the target that Phantom is looking for.
That is such a strong combo.
Welcome back, Valky.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah, welcome back. Welcome back, Valky. I'd like you to join our match here as we have on right side the 3 Light Knights joined by Rimuru. What do you think about that pick?
Oh, that is one stable, consistent composition. I know before the match started, we did comment that, Nopunaga is a slower player, so when you are slower, you're going to have to go tankier. And those are 2 deadly units, Rimuru and Briarwatch Iseria. Both units not only good versus the Galililius, but strong versus Junua, as well as that Blood Moon Haste. So you got many ways to counter Phantom's strategy, and both players are trading blows back and forth as well. I really wanted to highlight that Galililius. It's such a strong unit versus Ambitious Tywin, as well as the Dragon Bride Senya, so both Light Knights. And last pick, we do have Lone Crescent Bellona. That is the age-old Navy Captain Landy counter. We saw so much of her last year.
And that's exactly trying to go against that Landy because she is band protected. Instead, we have the Haste and Tywin getting post-banned. Yes, Divine?
Interesting to see the application of the Tywin post-ban. Now, we know Dragon King Sharoon is a great offering against stuns and against sleeps, but most of that was actually coming out from the Ambitious Tywin, who catches the ban anyway. And we're not having a similar will he, won't he ban situation as previously. She was ban protected, couldn't be taken out of the game, but neither of that matters right now. What matters is Luna, my wife, and more importantly, the match going underway with Midnight Gala Lilius leading the pack.
Midnight Gala Lilius is such a clutch player in this matchup. You need her to be the one to lead the charge and chomp down on this Dragon Bride Senya. And not as much damage as I thought. And Rimuru says, "Halt, villain, you have broken the law."
Hold on.
Grabbing right away at her, taking that damage limit buff.
You
do not want to see that one.
You don't want to see that. That's a nightmare
damage
scenario
limit on the entire team.
If they were tanky before, they are Fort Knox at this point. I think I'd put my security deposit on right side team. I thought he trusted with my retirement, the whole thing.
And
Rimuru with
speaking of
this many buffs?
retirement, Lone Crescent Bologna is going to get zapped, but however will not get sent into an early retirement. But that defense break does go on so many units, and we covered that. That is going to mean so much damage for Nopunaga. Dragon King Sharoon says, nope, I'm going to stop you. Pushes everything back. Lands debuffs of her own. 2 defense breaks and 2 attack downs.
Have the class debuff going in everyone, so that's a little less to worry about from Phantom. Here's Janua.
You were just critting, just killing, no chance to revive, even though she could have been anyways because the Briar Witch is in play. And another crit, instantly deleting the Landy. What used to be such a safe and secure comp has fallen, just like every stock I invested in the 2008. It's all crashed and fallen to the ground, and it gets even worse with the Bologna. Another guaranteed crit unit who's bringing the pain.
3 hits, 3 kills. And Phantom will be grabbing game number 1. Nopunaga had a really good idea. Oh, look at that beautiful frame from 2022. He's looking for more frames. And that's Phantom. What a game.
And that is exactly what we have been talking about all day today. Even though both players drafted so many units that counterplayed each other, the real key here with that Dragon King Sharoon, you know, she might not boost combat readiness for her team, but what she lacks in boost, she thrives in pushing back the opponent's team on that combat readiness bar, completely messing up Nopunaga's turn order and allowing these high value units like the Janua, Midnight Gala Lilius, and the Bologna. Even though Nopunaga is so tanky, he just couldn't hold on compared to the amount of incoming damage.
That's right. Dragon King Sharoon having that S3 to just get the debuffs buffs out of the way was a huge comeback for Phantom. The steal didn't even matter because you had Dragon King Sharoon on the back. So Rimuru we thought Rimuru actually stole so much on top of the team, but it ends up doing not much.
Dragon King Sharoon, I mean, the kit is just so consistent, right? You can reduce your opponent's buff turn counters once that's gone, right? Which includes the likes of the immunity. She has the class debuff, right? So for knights like that, Landy and the Senya, it will be a defense break.
That's right.
And we saw how much that did. And Rimuru and Briarwitch being a warrior and a ranger respectively, had their attacks decreased. So just totally holding back Nopunaga's entire offense with that ambitious Tywin band out.
Exactly, Dragon King Sharoon having a really cool kit. Let's see the extra pre-bans. Gala DDR being banned for the match.
It had to be the Gala. It had to be the Gala due to the impact she and the rest of her units had from the last match. I really do think you have to look to history for this one. Nobunaga fell being surrounded in his castle and locked in from all ends. Just like the DPS from Phantom in the last match, they surrounded and each one by one stripped away the defenses and felled Nobunaga's team. He has to prevent that from happening again. He has to defy fate.
First pick, Laya, followed by Janua, taken by Phantom here. Now that Death Dealer Ray pre-ban is starting to make a little bit of sense. I think he felt the disturbance in the force in that Nobunaga was going to remove all of your fast key units. Ooh, yup, and there it is. And he is going to turtle down. He's going to put on 1 turtle shell, 2 turtle shells, and he is going to try to survive. So not being dragged into the bog with your opponents, playing the slow grind match with that Death Dealer Ray will be the key for Phantom. But Nobunaga says, nope, I'm going to go tankier, and on top of being tanky, I will now also counterattack you. Dragon Bright Senya, Navy Captain Landy, once again coming out. We can see how key these units is to his overall strategy.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, no more Gala. When you turtle up that much, what are some other solutions? Global loved using ML Shu for the injury. What other solutions are there for Phantom?
I'm surprised that's not something we're seeing very often in Japan server, because there are a few known Japan server players that really like dropping that Urban Shadow Shu, especially with the Bastion of Hope build on that third pick, and now Dragon King Shrew comes through once again. And ooh,
no Gala
Lilius,
Lilius, but Fire Lilius. Okay.
She'll find a way into the draft either way, right? She is a tenacious
Prove your
woman,
worth.
and she will get into the game just like Archdemon Shadow has somehow made it here into the draft. Had a great showing yesterday with the global tournament, and once again, the Mean Bean Machine Green Celine making her appearance with one of the myriad of effective EEs that might prove troublesome for Phantom, unless he can predict where this match is going to quit.
Biblis
Phantom needs one last pick to be able to respond to that, because like you highlighted, when the Fire Lilius runs that S2, Green Celine will pop off, and ooh, there it is. In order to fight Tanky, we have to go Tanky. Last Rider Crowd. He was very strong last year, but this year we're seeing a little bit less of him.
A little bit less. It was the first time picked ever in the tournament, and not gonna be seeing him in game at least.
I mean, I think that's pretty normal when strong players face off against each other. Very likely to just ban last and trade that against each other, because, you know, you can expect these experts to know how to counter pick and just take the best unit for last.
Nopunaga certainly delivering different style with Celine and Archdemon Shadow this time. But Phantom, similar drafting. Let's see if that works again. Game number 2. Phantom in the lead.
To everyone.
Worked the first time, it might just work the second. The match heats up, going to have to skip and get the stun, yeah.
Let's see what you can do.
Oh boy.
Wow, strong dual attack already out the gate. Janua is going to start softening up the Blood Moon Haste first. However, Navy Captain Lanny with the anti-crit will be able to hold down that damage. Shrew not going to make that last long, but S3 comes through. Goodbye anti-crit. Goodbye survivability. We already see the defense break.
Comes
the duel?
Yep, once again. Wow, pushes up that Janua. Oh, slow death is creeping up at you.
Huh? Is it
A burn applies the seal here. Definitely one of the most important things that can be done with the Amarrow in the position. And now another soul burn to up the damage. Hits even though it is red, green against red, and it kills instantly.
And that's what happens when you seal them. You don't have the plan A to you, and you do not have the immortality to your name. Gets taken out right away. This needs to be a Laya game now.
Another stop.
Navy Captain Lanny says no. Counterattack Salvo. That is huge.
Some more damage chipped in. Landy's still there.
Bon voyage.
Another salvo!
That's 2 salvos. That's how you know this Landy wants to win, and she wants to do it for Nopunaga.
Can Phantom turn this back around?
Another counter, another Elbrus proc, and that leaves her almost at the top of the CR bar with, ladies and gentlemen, off the shore. There's a ship coming to sail starboard port.
You know it's coming, and when it comes, even against tanky units.
Hold on, she survived! How? There's no way, she has no HP! Well, now she gained back HP, but a second ago she had nothing.
Going to do it.
Victory is
That's the captain, that's the warship! Bringing the warship!
And if I'm not mistaken, that's the game!
And that it is.
Absolutely wrapped up nice and clean there with a bow, with a tie. Nopunaga comes back into the match. The scientist has figured out the formula that he needs to ensure his victory. Looking on a little bit smug and definitely proud to have clawed that game back into his hand against someone as ferocious as Phantom.
That Navy Captain Lanny did so much work. 62% of that win credit going over to her. Even with a defense break hovering above her, that looming death approaching, we saw how hard Lilius hit her. And you know what? She still said no. Counter, salvo, counter, salvo, counter, salvo. And that marched her all the way to victory.
Yep. Even with that stun, extra pull was not enough for Phantom. This time, 1-1 tied. Nopunaga can actually be the winner now after that type of game. Landy was quite active, to have to say, for that previous game.
Can't give it all up to the Landy, however. Even though she doesn't have the greatest statistical showing, that victory would have been possible unless Archdemon applied the debuff that she did meaning that Junua could not come back to life and pull off his usual shenanigans.
Absolutely. We saw her used specifically in that way to counter the Junua yesterday, and that played out the exact same way today. At this point, all players have to know that is a threat you have to watch out for, especially when you are a Junua player, and we'll need to see how Phantom adapts around that, unless he's willing to fall to that unit again with his tournament life on the line.
That's right, tournament life for both players. One game away from going home or going to semifinals. Phantom, Nopunaga. Let's see these extra pre-bans, along with
Both of
TDR
them
and
have
Gala
to be
Lilius.
fired up. Yeah, I think in this situation, you've got to remember, 1-1 fills you with both the pride of your victory and the memory of your loss. And you're going to take all that into a climactic end here. With the pre-ban stacking up once again, Bloodmoon Haste comes out as a surefire pick to protect and reject enemy forces, especially if those forces are Junua and Dragon Pride Senya. Once again, devastating damage dealers that Valk is going to tell you even more about here.
That is going to be a combo I expected to see a lot more of, but, you know, when Junua drops below half health, you see him go crazy with his plan A, and hey, guess who else activates when their backline ally drops below 50? That's right, it is Dragon Bride Senya, and she is going to be putting up that Oath of Punishment, raining down AoE true damage, fully going through all of these characters' defenses and putting down the hurt against Nopunaga.
Karina in that Vanguard band protection.
Oh, yup, that Karina as well. When you're fighting a Junua, when you can't go for that Archdemon, no better pick than Karina. There is a risk of being hit, but when you do take that damage, you get 30% reduced damage from RTA's Frenzy system. And on top of all of that, Junua always has a 50% chance to miss, letting Karina pop off and dropping him below to his immortality threshold. Because most of her damage comes from that splash when she drops her ultimate. It's a very lesser known, but very important interaction between these two units.
Now we're seeing a little bit of a positioning possibly for the Archdemon Shadow. I mean, if you pick it, it means your enemy can't, and more solutions towards Junua might just kill the draft. However, there's plenty of answers, and it seems a classic lock-in for the Dragon King Sharoon is the answer, followed up by that devastating Lilius. Now, we saw her do amazing damage last time, but we also have to keep in mind what her kit brings to the table. 50% crit, and Aria bringing me 50% smiles. I'm absolutely gleaning to see one of my favorite units for her amazing, perfect, absolutely radiant kit that brings defense to the forefront and brings counters and offense to the pinpoint of the game. My favorite thing about this unit, as one of my favorite units.
Yeah, plus giving all the
You know how we touched on
teams.
that combination with the Junua as well as the Senya earlier? This is another one of those combinations. Aria can hide the entire team, and if she could do that successfully through this Dragon King Sharoon rather, and guess what? When she gets dropped low enough, Karina will say no. She will shoot herself up the CR bar defense buff for herself, and then the hurt will come. Meteor Koeric locked in as the last pick for Nopunaga. We are looking to get rid of the Sharoon's debuffs that way.
Is Phantom in trouble? Lots of activations on both sides.
Well, one thing I will say about Phantom's draft is it's a little bit basic, I'll have to admit, but we've got a lot of red, especially in the damage department, going into some pretty strong blue options. In fact, he might have to opt for the blue himself here with the first appearance of Fairy Tale Tenebria. She heard us talking about her name, and she was not going to let that slide. Valk, this is one of your favorite units. It's Fairy Tale Tenebria bringing the chaos, but what specifically does she bring into this draft here?
That is a classic. I mean, you're going to have to get rid of something like that Tywin or the Meteor Koeric, most likely the Tywin, but she is the original Knockwool of this game. You can just think about her that way. Over the years, there it is, a Tywin ban, but so is the Fairy Tale. Nopunaga says no, he is aware, he is in the know. Fighting a Fairy Tale Tenebria might be a little bit easier than fighting Knockwool, but she is one of the all-time greats to be able to go first and no longer ever let your opponent play the game. They will get stuck in an infinite provoke loop.
Exactly.
And be stuck in that nightmarish of a dream.
And Phantom gave him no choice, really not liking that Tywin. Banned 2 out of 3 games. Let's open the gates, get into game number 3 to find out the winner of this matchup. Is it going to be Phantom or Nopunaga? Let's see.
Nature is governed by cycles.
A little bit of flute playing will get the team ready, steady, and good to go. Defense breaks,
4 out of 4.
Attack breaks as well. Looking pretty good for left side currently with Phantom.
The Sharoon has not missed a single debuff all series.
First
She
fight.
is really earning her
Counter.
Phantom.
Brace yourself.
That defense break though will just hold back Karina's damage so much.
Try me.
And now Lilius will be able to take herself up to the combat readiness bar.
stop!
Allow my life to you.
Wow, these two characters are partnered up or something because she has pulled the Sharoon into a stun every single time she has moved.
Oh, hey, don't say that. Don't say that. You're gonna make Senya jealous.
Oh, Haste is gone!
Yeah.
Just absolutely deleted from the battlefield. One person gone, and Arya still waiting in the wings to take her turn. Does Meteor Quirk pull the cleanse and get these debilitating debuffs off his team? Indeed he does. He's going to put up the immunity, he's going to put up the attack buff, and he's going to put himself at 50% of the CR bar, meaning his next turn is going to become quicker than you'd imagine.
It's ball time. Karina's got the defense buff. Defense break cleansed as well. It has to be time to go.
She's got to go.
Because if we don't go now, when do we go?
I'll blow you away.
We are not going to take it from the Senya.
Through the buildings?
Defense break, splash. It
Not
does
enough.
take the Janua below half, but he's not in that danger zone for the immortality just yet.
And now here's another thing. Janua running out of prime pickings, but he doesn't care. He doesn't see the blue color above Arya. He just sees another chance to do some solid damage, critting on that hit. And I'll tell you what, if he keeps critting, especially with Gab, Arya, a very tanky defensive unit, might go down quicker than we think.
You haven't heard of Shadow Elves.
Meteor to Quirk
I'll
goes for
be
a
with
bit
you.
of cheeky extra damage. Also, that's to fish out whether or not the Senya has any amount of effect resistance to her. With that resistance, I believe Nopunaga now has reason to think, okay, don't try to debuff the Senya. Counterattack goes through, goes on the Sharoon. That's a whole lot of
The
damage.
big murder crow, ladies and gentlemen. Get the blast running and railing down the enemy line. Plenty of debuffs accompany it as well, but much resistance, activating the Senya, putting up the barrier,
And
activating the Janua. Everyone wants to get into the action right now.
And that's the combo. They're angry, and it's time to throw down the punishment. Can this Arya hang on? She's gonna need to dodge this fire unit if she wants to stay in the
crit,
game.
no crit.
Nopunaga alive, no crit first. Counterattack, that's a blind. You love to see that. You really want to make sure your Arya dodges.
And the miss.
With that blind. And ooh, Lilius.
We've seen this. We've seen this simulation happen before.
Oh!
It's already pinpointed in
Phantom!
my brain. We lost plenty of players like this yesterday. Phantom, an E7 World Cup contender all the way to the end of last year, just like Kukerbat, just like Poopist, might just fall to a new player right here, right now, a rising star champion, unless Senya can get this game
Here's
back
Senya.
out of the grave.
Pushes
But the
everything.
counters!
Comes through. The stealth buff is doing so much here, reducing
Counter on
50%
counter on
of
counter,
damage.
almost killing with the proc there of 3F.
But still not enough.
I'll win for sure.
And time's running short for Phantom.
Ooh, and one more
Rocket Punch
hit.
Gauntlet.
Rocket Punch Gauntlet, landing that additional damage. Even though you still got the Oath of Punishment about you, you no longer have the AoE damage.
And he seals the deal with the surrender.
Nopunaga! Nopunaga
Upsetting one of the
defeats
previous
2022 champion and moves on to the semifinals. Phantom does not make it out from the Japan server once again. Oh, what a match.
I'm absolutely floored by that.
Oh man, I think Nopunaga played so well. You know, whenever there is a really strong unit in the meta, something that's a little bit above the power level of every other character, you have two choices. You either join the evil, you see yourself become the bad guy and play that character, or you do what Nopunaga did. And right now I would really say he's like the hero of this set. He let Phantom kindly have Janua, and he picked up units like the Karina, like the Arya, and instead he chose to fight the villain. And that's the type of series I like to see.
Yes, working exactly with the elementals. I think Nopunaga knew that Phantom was going to choose that Genua once again. Here's a highlight.
Plenty of action we saw throughout the games. We had initially thought that all these debuffs that the Rimuru had granted his team had ensured a quick and easy victory, but oh lo, how the tides had turned, and turned almost immediately. Genua, as well as the Gala Lilius, putting out massive amounts of damage and so much guaranteed crit that soon Nopunaga had to quit. The entire team dismantled quick, and then was left a Briar Witch's area, all alone and all unable to take the devastation.
Nopunaga played very well this series. If you watched how Phantom won that first game, he relied a lot on that Dragon King Sharoon as well as the Genua. And the moment Nopunaga identified that, a quick reverse sweep for him when you were able to tailor your strategy around the debuffs that Dragon King Sharoon can bring. When you tailor your damage units, your bruisers, to be able to survive that Genua and somehow be able to fight back versus his overwhelming amount of damage.
It was awesome for
surviving with just one. Oh, go ahead.
Esteban?
No, you're more handsome.
Okay, it was awesome for Nobunaga to actually find out the key points. Sharoon in the Vanguard, Genua combo. That seemed to be the key for Phantom tonight. And instantly reacting against that in the draft. And he made it work through. Fine. You had any comments?
I was just gonna say, this last match here was very simple. Not only has Arya won my heart, she really did win this match, putting out a substantial amount of defense, and most importantly, surviving those last couple of hits to create sort of an ML haste situation, right? We always talk about how he protects the team, throughout how tanky he is, and how much he's a threat that has to be dealt with. And you can see by laying in damage over and over again into this Arya, she kind of produced a similar role, leaving the Senya all by herself in a fight she just couldn't win.
And I want to put the highlight over to the Karina as well. Phantom relied a lot on that defense break for the majority of his damage. Whereas for Nopunaga, he only had one single defense break for his entire composition, and he used it so well. I thought he was going to put that onto the Genua in order to activate the immortality, but he said, no, I'm going to use it for the Dragon King Sharoon because you're so reliant on her for your overall strategy. And the moment I take her out, you're done. And that was exactly what happened.
Yeah, sometimes you just need to find out exactly what you want to do in just between the games and work through that. And because we have the pre-ban system, not like last year, the year before that, like 2022, you can actually add those pre-bans. The added bans were Gala. Gala was a big hit from game number 1, and then you just ban that out later. DDR, and then Captain Landy on top of that Laya. And Nopunaga, I think, is really put a really smart draft against Phantom, one of the highest gears that we know out there in the world.
Absolutely, that's one of the, from my understanding, top 5 best accounts in the entire world, hands down.
Man.
It is really hard to fight Phantom. Whenever you queue up against him on the ladder, you know you are in for pain. Just because every time, if he wants to play fast, he could play fast. If he wants to play slow, his units can either be really tanky or like that Lilius that we saw, she could hit hard.
She indeed hit so hard, and Senya could not even stand that many turns after that. And Senya is one of the highest HP units right now in the meta, but Gala Lilius, I should maybe get back into her and put some gears on her, especially since we have a lot more than 500 limited. I'm going up to 700 now. Okay, that's enough talk about our equipments, but Phantom does not make it through into the semis. That's the big news, but semifinals will continue after we take a short break. We will be right back.
That the best intentions can lead to the worst outcomes. Back then, I didn't know. I'll never forget the moment despair darkened those hopeful eyes. But all I ever wanted was for everyone to live in peace. All I ever wanted was a world where everyone was happy. And just like I wanted, the war was over. Because there was no one left to fight in it. But this side of the story will never come to light. since there's no one who wants to hear the truth. I won't ask for forgiveness. You don't need my excuses. For the sake of peace, I'll be the villain I have to be. Time to end our twisted fate. Facts aren't what's important. What matters is what we perceive as the truth. When you look at me, who do you see? A butcher or mankind's savior? Will you be the one who sees through it all and understands me?
Trust in your queen! For this is a special invitation that will change your life! So I hope you're ready for... Miracle Maid Kingdom!
Imagine how you would feel if your family was slaughtered. If the killer was revered as a hero of legend. Wouldn't it be horrifying? The screams of my enemies will be a requiem for the passing of my kin. Their blood will warm the corpse of my brother. I have no use for pride and honor as a warrior. All that remains is a void of emptiness and rage. Until the heart of my final enemy is run through, we won't stop. Will we, Ilian?
로드 가문의 이름을 이어받았으나 뜻대로 이루어지지는 않았다는 게 문제였지. 이걸 들 수 있는 자는 자네뿐일 거야. 날 위해 목숨을 바치려 했던 제뉴와 경에게 감사와 경의를 담아. 로드의 기사로서 손에 쥔 것에만 만족하던 내게 서로가 유일한 주인공이라고 말해줘. 우리의 만남은 필시 운명일 것이다. 그러나 필멸자와 불멸자가 감당할 아픔은 온전히 그의 몫이 되었으니. 이 녀석들이 진짜. 널 다시 만나는 날 들려줄 이야기가 부족할 일은 없겠어. 그렇지. 기대하고 있으라고.
And welcome back everyone to E7WC Global Qualifiers was yesterday. Japanese qualifiers! Day number 2. I'm still having so much fun. Valky, Divine, we've been through the quarterfinals. It's semifinals time. And the big name, Phantom's out of the equation now. It's going to be one of the 4. As you guys probably saw from during the break, Necoboro made it through against Pombashi. And toshipopo made it against Palmo. So those 4 players, along with the 2 players we had on broadcast, are going to be going against each other. So as soon as the tournament tree is ready, let's take a look at that first. Okay. Exactly. Seemed like we had a lot of 2-1s. toshipopo,
it's a struggle.
0.
People are really going through it out here, you know. You could tell these guys have really been grinding at it this season, and I think that's the reason why we saw so many legends fall over the past 2 days. We expected Pupis to go the entire way, but in the end, falling to Xander, who really cooked his drafts, and today as well, Phantom falling to Nopunaga, who just looked like he understood his strategy a little bit better, and that's the difference it brings when you just put in your work, your time in to strategize, plan, and practice versus some of these popular units.
Yeah, with that toshipopo, Nopunaga on the bottom, Necoboro versus sanadakuon on top. As we get the matches ready. Okay, matchup already. It'll be the first time for us to see on camera Necoboro and sanadakuon, who survived against Alibi in the first match. Let's see who comes out on top.
A smile for the ages versus our resident thinker, Necoboro over here, liking the ambitious Tywin, but of course, noticeably banning out the Sea Phantom politics. This is a little something I was talking about with Valk earlier. You don't always want to play into those synergies, especially because it can be difficult to get those characters from a first pick perspective as well. And then the rest of the roster, what do you see? Blood Moon Haste as well as Senya once again lining and dotting the draft. A lot of tankiness and a lot of dependable cleansers to bring him through safely to a passage of victory.
And you can see through that playstyle, safety is the key. His 3 most picked character, Blood Moon Haste, protects against death. Dragon Bryce Senya protects your most important unit, and then a Tywin protects a little bit through the Aureus and a little bit through debuff. So you got protection on all sides. We are turtling up, and we are turtling up once again. All of these players know how to play defensive, and time again, it's shown that in tournaments, playing defensive and knowing how to defend properly leads to more consistent wins.
And Necoboro, in his introduction, says the legend starts now. Maybe he's going to be writing his own story through the qualifiers. And toshipopo here also says we've seen him before. A lot more use.
We've seen him. No, go ahead.
Yeah, one more use on S10A. Also the only player basically who used that S10A into action.
Yeah, I mean, that's a product of pre-banning Bellion, right? Bellion, as we all know, locks away souls, so any type of mages, especially ones that carry Taga Hell's Ancient Book, just isn't very strong when she's still in the game, especially with 3rd pick ban protection, Vanguard being a thing now. Whenever you draft that Zeo, Spectre Tenebria, if your opponent brings a Bellion on 3rd pick, you're kind of done. So for him to be able to take Bellion out, it opens up these new units that his opponents might not have defensive plans against.
And it does seem to be a set strategy, you know. Yeah, I was gonna say, it does seem to be a set strategy in a lot of ways. That Spectre Tenebra, as well as the other units, are guided by the protection set that some of his units are packing. And you can't forget that protection set not only gives you a dependable barrier to soak up damage, but also gives you another buff in case you start getting stripped.
Exactly. And here we go, first semifinals for Japan qualifiers. Necoboro on the left, sanadakuon on the right. Pre-bans are Lilia's Haste, Knockwall, Politis.
both players sticking to their comfort zone, I notice. Sanada has his unique Blood Moon Haste as well as Conqueror Lilius out, whereas Necoboro going with the anti-debuff open. And there it is, takes everything out, and we are going to spring the Death Dealer Ray. Most of these players know how to play defense, but do you know how to defend versus Death Dealer Ray, who is not only one of the most resilient units in the game right now, those Venoms he brings and lets his team bring for him will just do so much damage, even with Alaya.
Even with Alaya.
Laya does have access to a cleanse of sorts, but when you see a debuff comp coming, and you can certainly see it from miles away, you're going to want more protection. And Navy Captain Landy, just like all military instructors I know, is not someone to sleep on the job. Literally, she can't be slept. So a perfect pick into the Death Dealer Ray on the left side, and he'll be joined by the lovely Succubus herself, Albedo, leading Sanadakuon to a wonderful land of blissful dreams as an Iseria comes out of green Iseria.
Are we
sure? Is cooking.
Is this a reset on Laya? Or are we just getting instant guitar?
If you get Unseen Observer, the Flan artifact, reset your Laya, and suddenly turn 1, your Laya can just soul burn it into any unit on the other side. And Wukong as well. What is he cooking?
Time for Genua?
I think it's a verdant field popping up on Sanadakuon's side of the match. We've got so much green, including with the Albedo on left side. I'm almost wondering where the MLs are. A little bit of wallet warrior, my man. You could afford to spend, especially with how nice the room is looking, but it's not looking too nice against this kind of strategy. I mean, the win prediction's on his side, but I can only imagine what you choose to go for. Yeah, more green in the Midnight God Lilius, a standardized pick, and something that might be able to chew through and spit back up all the tankiness on the other side, as well as an Urban Shadow Shoe.
Sanada, or Neko rather, realizes—
Dark Corvus!
Whoa!
In the field!
Wait! That's so big brain! He locks in the Iseria in the Vanguard, and then you just run the 2 strongest HP scaling units in the game. Yes, there is a Galileus, but she can be banned. Yes, there is an Urban Shadow Shoe, but she takes a few turns to be able to get that full value out. But in that turn, can you stop the Dark Corvus? Can you stop the Laya? I'm not quite sure. I love what Sanada has done. I'm fully rooting for this side of the draft now. Oh my goodness, Dark Corvus banned out alongside that shoe. Holy.
I hope this is not the last time we say it, but Dark Corvus won't be making it to the battlefield. We've seen a lot of people get picked for the first time and then immediately banned, and the shoe won't be able to hack her way into this match as well as we get it under the way. Goodbye, Luna.
Yes.
As the match gets set.
Let's go. Game 1, semifinals. Sanadakuon's been cooking. It's been a long time since we haven't seen that green Iseria on the field.
Laya does end up taking the first turn, though. I wonder if there's some element of speed RNG to this. How tight is the tuning? Because, as you guys may know, characters, when they spawn into the game, have 1 to 5% combat readiness applied already randomly. And if that was the case, quite unfortunate missing out on this first turn combo, but will be able to boost the rest of the team. 6 turns cooldown decrease for the Laya. How nice is that? And now she is going to be able to pop off, being able to drop the S3. Ultimate coming down here, strip all defense break, unbuffable. Who is this? It's going on the Galililius. There it is.
Perfect target.
You'll make an excellent special.
She doesn't care. The unbuffable is all that matters. We don't care about the defense break, but now she won't hurt her. There is no active way for her to put up the attack buff, no damage limit. So she is essentially an ineffective character in this draft.
Ooh, a decent amount of resist going as well. Wukong and Iseria won't be going to sleep just yet, with a little bit of additional effectiveness going into the rest of the team as they get set to unleash their damage. And here comes the first little bit of it. Laya, a sleeping target, vulnerable as she can be. Will this blow her up on the spot? No, not quite yet. She still hangs on.
Unbuffable doing so much work right there, blocking out that key part of the damage that would have surely taken out the Laya, and ooh, a little bit of a pause coming in for the players.
A little bit of a pause, but still the damage and the blood has been spilled. So, and it was enough to take out Laya, but there was a lot of damage coming down from Gala. And Gala is now exposed a little bit. Well, Laya's still there.
Slowly creeping up the bar. bit by bit. And the moment she takes a turn, I mean, you've seen that unseen observer. A little bit of a pun there for it, but when she gets to be able to swing that bass guitar with the soul burn, so much damage is going out.
And, you know, the other thing to notice is that the Laia may have suffered a ton of damage there, but because of the way the debuffs rolled out, she did not have to suffer any of the venom or the injury damage coming in, which means when she does swing that bass guitar back, it's going to be at full force as we get right back into the MAC, and with that action right out of the pause, a little touch of venom detonates and puts her away for good.
That's so unfortunate. You hate to see it. 2 stacks of venom detonated, and it just completely removes her from the game. Ambitious Tywin now going defense breaks, stuns, and the entire strategy is just falling apart for Sanada.
That's the power of Death Dealer Ray right now in the meta. You just gotta put them to sleep.
Put them to sleep, give them plenty of debuffs, and wish them hush hush as you put the baby to sleep. Wukong out here with the S3. I've never seen it before. Not available in Rift, unfortunately. As the damage comes in, Guardian Ice Crystals, and a response from the Albedo. Seems like that horse might have caused the game to hitch there a little bit, you know.
Yeah, seemed like the game was a little bit surprised that we actually had Green Asaria on the field. Could have broken the game if we had Dark Corvus on the field.
So many things were flipped on their head. We got a never seen before draft, and then after that, you know, all that setup just kind of fell apart. So the game's just like, okay, I'm gonna need you guys to hold on a second there. I need a second to breathe and catch up to what the heck is going on.
Chat saying Wukong is the problem. Wukong broke the game and broke too much damage.
He is Immortal Wukong. He knows how to keep the party going. Sometimes you just got to take a break and pause. Speaking of which, Dog just sent our Navy Captain landing off of Starboard Pier. The Immortal one, Immortal no more, gone from the battlefield, and all that's left is a lone Isaria at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Taking a second to think, now this is a situation that you want to pause for, because there's still a chance for right side to come back from all of this, right? So you reset yourself, then you bring back Dark Corvus, reverse the ban actually, and you just engineer a little bit of an action from there. The goddess herself, DJ, comes in, supporting Dark Corvus, the rivalry comes in, you love to see it, and then eventually, bam, boom, you're in Epic 8.
Yep, I got it. All we need to do is bring back the Dark Corvus, and instead of soul burning for 26,000, we soul burn twice for 34,000 damage, and it's gonna one-shot anybody through any amount of mitigation.
Just to secure.
Cat there from Albedo.
Necoboro will take game number 1.
This will make an excellent case study.
Extra seconds, but sanadakuon maybe a little overcooked, we say. On that game 1, Necoboro went according to the meta, according to plan, just like the most picked. And it worked like a charm because there was no Sharoon on the other side.
And one of the things to notice about this draft is that Necoboro didn't really do anything too crazy. Sanadakuon was the one that really flew off the wall. Necoboro really just picked the cookie cutter tank flex draft right now. That's the Albedo, the Death Dealer Ray, followed by the Ambitious Tywin. And after that, you really just adjust to what your opponent is playing. You kind of stuck to the books, and the surprise here for me was how much damage the Midnight Gala Lilius did, even with no attack buff, chomping through that Laia. And that damage ended up being what he needed to overcome the draft, as the Laia was fully reset, you know, with the soul. She was ready to go, ready to party, but ended up not getting a turn through the Gala as well as that Ray.
Yes, on top of that, Landy was a little bit silent for Sanadakuon. Don't know if that was going to be enough to turn things around. I don't think it was still enough with the Gala on the other side. But it is 1-0. Necoboro up 1. Sanadakuon needs to survive. If he can bring this down, let's go into game number 2, draft, starting with the pre-bans again.
Yeah, both players need to adapt a little bit to each other. We know they can cook. We've seen Sanadakuon cook up these drafts again and again. I wonder if he just takes out some of these meta units that Necoboro has been relying on. And if that happens, can he stabilize his strategy and still find a way out? I think that is going to be the story of the series. And there it is. Isaria removed. Necoboro's not trying to be surprised anymore. And Death Dealer Ray You do not want to get jumped by that guy as well.
Can we get a sign for first time being pre-banned in? I'm assuming at this point the game. Has anyone? When was the last time anyone here has pre-banned Iceria? I can only think it's been an age or two.
Oh man, I mean, as somebody who's played since season 1, season 2, I don't even think I've seen that. At
Maybe
worst, you
2018.
banned that after the fact. Exactly. Oh man.
But she's out of the equation now for Sanadakuon. So Necoboro. What's he hiding?
Other green units will just have to rise to the occasion and take up the mantle. And Laya's always down to clown, as they say, putting on a great show for the rest of the team. And Urban Shadow's Shu setting in early the precedent, right? Whatever high HP scaling bruisers you have, bring them down the line, because the injury will be the destination of your defeat, replacing the position a little bit of what the Death Dealer Ray was doing for the last game.
First Urban Shadow Shoe we've seen tonight as well. So I think Necoboro's identified that Sanada likes to play a lot of HP-based units, and ooh, taking it to counter him, but Sanada not letting up, takes the Spectre Tenebria, who is just so elusive with the Benevolent Roman, and now kind of opening up himself to be able to play a bit more aggressively, although Ambitious Tywin, once again seen in that third slot, a favorite of Necoboro's, will be able to mitigate damage from both the Spectre Tenebria and the Laya, as well as some of, but not all, the debuffs from the Benevolent Roman.
Roman in that lucky slot. Edward Elric against the debuffs.
We know that he cannot ban that Benevolent Roman, so instead of trying to cleanse the defense break, the silence, he's instead just going to opt to play to counter it, right? You got the Ambitious Tywin, who's going to hit that in rage, as well as Edward, who will bounce back that wave of extra attack, and especially if he's on injury, that's going to hurt the Laya as well.
What is Sanadakuon scrolling through? The
Blazing
Rangers
through the fire.
Certainly through fire units.
Then back to Blue Lulika. Off to Fumir.
I see fear
And
your
locking in the
eyes.
Arya at last. You see, as I like to say, Arya's got two things going for her. Her massive amount of damage that she outputs once she does get the full focus stacks, and the ability to just demolish the enemy by providing the stealth buff and putting the focus back onto her. And we actually do get another first appearance here with the ML Lulika. Maybe a little bit inspired from seeing it flash out before, Valk.
Top model Lulika, that is a rare unit. You usually pick her as a slower player when you're trying to speed up on your opponent, maybe pick off something. In this case, I think he might be fishing for a pick against the Little Queen Charlotte, maybe against that Arya, and ooh, there it is, taken out. I would have loved to see what kind of damage Necoboro is packing in this match, but alas, banned out alongside that Arya that we were talking about as well. So many talking points removed.
And with those bans, let's go down to the drill game number 2, Necoboro. Up 1, starting with Broman.
No matter what,
The Soul Burn.
the glory is mine.
Getting active here with the S3. Valk, tell me, what am I looking at? Stuns already on the board.
Ooh, getting that extra turn, and usually you soul burn to get him that extra turn, and then, yep, that extra attack comes, and now, you know, we talked so much about the combat readiness control. Ooh, wow, there were so many things going on, but now the biggest issue for Necoboro is that his team has now been shuffled. They will be going in a random order, and that is the strength of the Benevolent Roman. And now Spectre Tenebria eating a 2-turn silence. Kind of an awkward interaction there, since whenever she doesn't get to use her ultimate, she's only hitting 1 target instead of 2. Without the souls to be able to get her extra turn out of those debuffs, you hate to see it. And here it is, that big turn. We've seen him do so much work.
Almost getting a full cavalcade of those debuffs. The Enrage paving the way for him to do so, as Edward Elric with the Pipette lands a double crossover, puts down the Laya for good. 6 Hellcutter stacks on our maiden in the back. The Little Queen Charlotte still waiting to get active, but her team might not hold on for much longer. She needs to get into action right now. No, she won't even get a chance.
Necoboro wins game number 2, 2-0. Quick victory. What a draft and gameplay.
Need to check the shades back there because his guiding star might be among them. A simple, clean, easy 2-0 victory for Necoboro here leads him to being one of the finalists that we can see possibly representing the Japan server overall in the tournament.
And that was just such a clean series coming out for Necoboro there. We saw that game 1, got a clean win. You banned out the bigger threat. He got maybe a little bit lucky just getting away with cheesing out that Laia kill, but after that, easily identifies, okay, Iseria is your linchpin, I'm going to ban her out. And also, getting that Urban Shadow shoe early into the draft just to enable the fact that he is looking to play injury, he is looking to outvalue his opponent turn after turn. Sanadakuon was sort of lagging behind there in adapting to Necoboro there, and in the end, falling to a better player.
Here's a highlight of the semifinals, match number 1. That's right. The good old Iseria was on the field.
Was on the field. Unfortunately, that field of flowers didn't seem to do just enough for sanadakuon. I've said it before and I'll say it again. This dance that goes on between the two players here executed well on left side, but I think sanadakuon just wasn't able to put himself in a position where he could respond properly, as Valk was saying. He danced, but he danced alone, and his brilliant, innovative strategies just weren't enough to push through standard meta fare, the kinds of units we rely on every day to pave a way to victory.
Maybe sanadakuon was expecting a little more to come out from that Broman, but Necoboro had a lot of tools to deal with him. And not just that Edward.
And that is the... I just want to say that is the power of, you've seen so much Ran and Peyra, I would say on the latter meta, but in E7WC where, you might not be given the tools you need to succeed, and without any of the cleave follow-ups to be able to combo with the Benevolent Roman, like for example, that Requiem Roana that we've sometimes seen, and even pre-banned yesterday, he's just going to be falling a little bit short. Yes, the defense break is going to be huge. Yes, the silence is huge, but if you don't land both, even Jenna talked about it yesterday, it's a little bit inconsistent, and when you only land one, A Taiwan will just be able to shake all of that.
Yeah, when it's not 100%, the other percent can always work against you in a lot of ways. You've seen some from the claws, from the spez yesterday, 60%, but if it doesn't land, it can always work against you. So sometimes B-Roman, we're seeing a little bit hints of him. I think this is already his 4th pick, twice on the field, but not really having the biggest impact compared to the other heroes. We'll see if he actually makes more appearance from Japan and the servers coming out later. But it seems like still his silence is not as effectful compared to like Death Dealer Ray, so to say.
Excellently hit. And it's just the fact that Death Dealer Ray, Ambitious Taiwan, and Albedo is just a extremely consistent package together. And you kind of have to stay guessing, right? Because Albedo's a character that could be played as a tank, or when a player pulls that out, it could be instead the Taiwan. And sometimes, you have to know where to go, how to look for these units, and navigate your way through these matchups. That's going to make it so difficult to beat these players that go so deep in the meta.
And that's the whole part of Epic 7, right? When a lot of these times when you build these units, when you make good on these strategies, you're really looking at superseding your opponent's thought. I expect this unit to play this way, but I'll hit you with a little bit of surprise. I expect you to draft this way, but I've actually got another unit in the wings waiting to fill a similar role, but just different enough to send your thoughts straight to the curb and send you for a loop. This is what happens when we get to the higher levels of Epic 7. It's almost interesting, right? You go past the meta into a battlefield where all these strategies and counter strategies are being developed almost on the fly.
Exactly.
And I can't wait to see the rest of the matches today just to see that play out.
Yes, it's going to be interesting no matter what. Japan server We've seen some sauces, but there are lots of sauces out there. And I think if you include all the heroes, we have over 300 something heroes right now. If you open that journal, I think if you include the class changes, a lot of new heroes have been kicking hot. And at the same time, we're going all the way back to normal Iceria. So we don't actually know what these players have been cooking. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Well, there was a little speed tuning, maybe RNG, maybe a little less speed tuning coming down from sanadakuon. If Iceria took that first turn, would there have been some major differences in that game?
Ooh, I almost want to say there is, because depending on how much HP is on that Death Dealer Ray, if the Laya was able to just pop the raid just like that, I think that might have changed the whole tempo of the entire match, and Sanada might have been able to power through and take a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, that was big.
Yeah,
yes, Divine?
You can't even underestimate, once you get into that strong position, your opponent is at the back, right? And you never know. Some people thrive in that 1-0 situation. They want to dominate and dominate even more. And some people, with their back against the wall, turn into monsters right behind your eyes. I know I've had a lot of X's just like that. And that's the situation we're dealing with when we're looking at these professionals, right? When do they turn into that monster? When do they let that demon out and go 100%? And when you put yourself in that situation, whether mentally, through fortitude, through the promises, through everything you've held in your heart as a champion, when you do so, you will win. That's the only thing I can guarantee.
Yes, exactly what you need to get through the qualifiers and get into the main matches. We've had the two players from Global yesterday, Rikazo, Xander, went through a lot of strong players, a lot of big names already today. Phantom, another huge name from Japan, going down in the quarterfinals. And we're about to have the player who just beat Phantom, Nopunaga, versus Toshipopo. That will be the matchup. Lots of long names, and I barely speak any Japanese, so I don't actually know exactly what they mean. But we've seen Rimuru. I think we're about to see some more collabs coming.
When it comes to Japanese, G-Clef, don't worry, I got you. I've watched anime before. Just boys right behind me, I'll handle it right now.
I do watch a lot of anime too, but learning the language is a different thing.
Both players
It's the same thing, basically. Arigato, people. We have this amazing match between Nopunaga senpai and I'm done.
No, man. My brother, we are cooking out here. And speaking of cooking, I think the main ingredient we really want to focus on in this matchup, as we saw with that last set, is the ambitious Tywin. I mean, these guys are known slow players. They're masters of defense. And when players are this good at being defensive, I think Ambitious Tywin is going to be a highly contested unit. How early do you pick them? Because we know these guys are picking them in the Vanguard slot on pick 3. What if I just, do a little yoink and I pick that on second, maybe even a first pick Ambitious Tywin? I think that might be something we see tonight, and that might play a huge factor into how these players try to mind game each other, as you said earlier, Divine.
And the mind games are already underway, as you can see from Toshipopo's most pick and most vanguarded, getting a lot of these interesting, very powerful characters out the way and going all men with most of his most picks, just like me, an enjoyer of the husbandos of E7. And, once again, seeing similar stats with Nopunaga, but of course, the mean bean machine of Green Celine dotting up and possibly getting into the action with counteraction, as well as the most vanguarded unit, Dragon King Sharoon, another unit known to counteract different styles of drafts. I think this match is really going to come down to who's active and who's reactive.
That's right. Let's get down to the action semifinals match number 2. Toshipopo on the left, Nopunaga on the right. Let's wait for the pre-bench. Some different playstyle that we got some hints from the player profile data. Landy, Gala, already being banned.
Ooh. You know, I was actually wondering if these players are playing a little bit of a footsie with each other because they both like the band Nopunaga as well as Sea Phantom Politis. So I was wondering who would be the first one to shift, you know, to back off from that little game of chicken they got. And it looks like Toshipopo has completely changed his strategy, banning out the Landy as well as Dragon Bright Senya, taking that Laya, and we know how much closing power in a game she has. She's good in the open, and she's good in the closing. But in the middle, you're going to want that Ray to hold it down for you, especially versus Blood Moon Haze.
There he is. But Celine, right in the middle. Covering for cleanse.
Celine, Coeric for cleanse, as of course, and you can see parts of the strategy on left side already coming together. The Laya, what does she need? Just hold on for a little bit. Just give me the turns I need to get active. And two men come to her aid. Death Dealer Ray, who's ready to put people to sleep, and Ambitious Tywin, who's ready to stun them for good. These units are going to be able to buy those turns, and a Milim coming in, one of my favorite units, possibly getting it active with the ability to have extra hit chance, possibly breaking through the barrier and the evasion, and putting down Green Celine for good.
Those punches can hurt.
Green Celine. And I think his game plan is like this. Take out the Green Celine with the Milim. Whoa, that's we are really swinging this bag. Yep,
that's Tez's account?
I mean, this is just an all-time classic. She was the best unit in the game for about a year and a half. And after all this injury came through, she started falling off bit by bit by bit. But with the strongest injury unit going for him, not the worst pickup, to be honest.
Nobunaga?
Yeah, Nobunaga's looking a little bit lost there.
Oh man!
Holy moly!
Going for the big defense and the healing.
Yeah, these players are actually dancing very aggressively with each other. This is almost like a breakdance battle. You know, before it was like a meta player versus a chef, and you know, it's one person doing something very normal and the other person dancing around them. These guys are aggressively going at it. Milim banned out to protect your Celine because otherwise you are in a lot of trouble, and Janua removed as well. In case the Milim got through, it would have been an auto win for Toshipopo right there, but still favored by the win prediction. I'm really curious to see how this match plays out.
That Lady Dragon hits hard.
I'll do my best.
And here is the
match
first game.
Gets started.
Yes, Divine?
I was just going to say, we're ready into it, and I'm with you right here all the way, G-Clef. I know one of your favorite units is Laya. Just to be a little tidbit as she gets the action started with a sleep on Coeric. Interesting. Not going to do too much. Coeric's passive means that he'll be able to get back into the action soon. Counterattack, resisting a little bit there. Also important to see.
That's information Nopunaga is going to need to remember. That guy likes to play Death Dealer Ray, and that Death Dealer Ray has effect resistance. So going forward, whether it's in this game or in this set, that is valuable information you're going to need to play into. And of course, with that, not exactly a passive, but it's a line on his ultimate. He's going to shed that sleep and now put up immunity for the rest of his team, Mediator Coeric.
And
going to come through.
On that Celine. Which target do you choose up first?
Normally she gets the attack buff through a non-attack skill in the enemy team, but she's got it thanks to Meteor Coeric, and we've seen her hit hard so far in the tournament. The target is clear. It's going to be on the Ambitious Tywin. Does this put him at half, a quarter, somewhere in between at 1/3 HP gone.
And that tells us a lot about Nobunaga's overall strategy. When you're up against this Apocalypse Ravi, because she has the ability to swing the entire match back around, you either need to take her out first or you need to take her out last. And in this case, I think Nobunaga is looking to take her out last. And there it is, looking like he's going to try to focus down this Ambitious Tywin, the HP battery, the mitigation, and the backbone of Toshipopo's composition. Even though he is probably the least effective unit here, his presence alone keeps his units alive.
All together.
Now, when it comes to injury, we're usually thinking about units like Death Dealer Ray. We're usually thinking about units like ML Shoot, right? But we can't forget that Apocalypse Ravi, one of the original injury purveyors, is going to be slowly chipping away at the ML haste, and once the barrier is gone, making sure that his effectiveness decreases second by second. And it's not only his offensive effectiveness, it's the amount he can be healed, also lowering the effectiveness of the Destina on Nopunaga's team.
And one really interesting thing to notice here is that Toshipopo is not using any of the skills on the Death Dealer Ray at all, because if he does, this green Celine will go crazy. We've seen time and time again that does so much damage. So instead he's going to opt to slowly chip down his opponent. Blood Moon Haze takes out the ambitious Tywin right away. That is going to be a good thing for him for now, until the Apocalypse Ravi is considered fully ramped up. And with that Tywin out, oh, so much damage coming in with that dual attack onto the haste.
Hey, Ravi chipping in some more damage onto haste.
You'll make an excellent specimen.
Radiant light.
Can't use it again.
This Death Dealer Ray is really not showing off all he's got. Stuck in a very sticky pickle, unable to support his team until the Celine is gone. Little bit of a dual attack, not too consequential, but a heal nonetheless for Noppunaga's team. As we get the soul burn on the guitar,
the base throw.
If this kills, it'll give an extra turn.
Will it be enough
but
on
it
the
needs
haste?
to kill right here.
There we go.
28,000 off of that Soulburn S3 gets the extra turn, and now the Apocalypse Roar. Look at that hit. How much damage is that? With that information, Toshipopo has to know. A Ravi can just drop this Destina in a heartbeat and bring back Ambitious Tyrant.
Apoc, just jump and going for it.
There it is. She's going for it. The dunk.
Oh, that's down.
15,000 damage, and
Toshipopo,
now
the weight.
Says, yes,
Patience.
The hero is back. He's got plenty to say. A flash of brilliance. And he's got the debuffs. Yeah, but unfortunately, we've come all the way back around the meter. We're having that S3.
I mean, the important part here is, though, you got her out of the stealth, so you got a little bit of a room to play with your food. You can just click her, and I mean, if Laya pulls the Apocalypse Ravi on that duel, it might just spell over from there.
Thinking hard with this Death Dealer Ray turn. Is it time to let it rip? No, it's still time to sit back and enjoy the spoils thus far. Another set of attacks on the Celine, and she's losing HP quick. The reveal out of stealth means that she doesn't have many options left, and Noppunaga's got to turn this fire up to 100.
Mediator Coerc's doing what he can, though, snapping at the A Ravi,
Soulburn?
dropping her attack. And now, I mean, Nobunaga has to go. The damage comes through attack buff, and it's not enough to take out the Laya. Guardian Ice Crystal keeping her cool and clean there into another Soulburn Esther. We know how much damage that can do with the Celine exposed.
That will be a blow. 23k damage. That Laya had so much HP into her. And Toshipopo takes game one. Just keeping it calm and patient until the perfect moment. Just locking down Celine's intuition was never activated.
It's like we said from the onset of the match, the Ambitious Tywin, the Death Dealer Ray, all of these were units that were able to buy turns effectively for the Laya to pop off. And the Apocalypse Ravi proving a decisive incident that even once the Ambitious Tywin was put down, he'd come back just as quickly. It's a lot of these distraction units in a similar way to the Blood Moon Haste. All these tanky targets that aren't just protecting the team, but need to be dealt with before you could finish the rest off. By combining those with Laya, who's always in the cut, always waiting for her opportunity to let rip roar and raring with massive damage, you could provide a killer strategy that Toshipopo is more than ample to take advantage of.
And that's not a strategy you see often from a new or inexperienced player. When somebody has that much composure to say, I don't need to press my Ray can chill, right? I don't need to press my Tywin, I can sack him. And when that happens, that's how you know this man has played hundreds, if not thousands on thousands of games with these units. He knows his damage and he knows his limits.
Having some pretty good equipment, and we're not waiting any more time here. Getting the prevents in. Laya has to be banned out along with that haste. And we'll start draft number 2.
Ooh, both players taking out possibly the most annoying unit presented to them in that last matchup. Nobunaga finally gets that Janua picked, and now he's really hoping he gets to stick this unit through the draft.
I'll destroy you.
Oh, Nobunaga picking almost immediately. He knows he's got a plan, and that plan involves Dragon King Sharoon. We've talked endlessly about it today, ladies and gentlemen. Dragon King Sharoon, a classic staple against the Death Dealer Ray, but in addition to that, picking it prevents him from having to deal with it, and he's also got on his side another theoretical use case with the Ambitious Tywin, protecting himself while taking offense. That is how the best E7 players play their drafts.
And there it is, stealing away the Ambitious Tywin, making sure he does not slide into Toshipopo's band protection slot, as well as securing the Dragon King Sharoon for himself. Nobunaga wants to play against this Ray, and he wants to be able to counter it any way he can. Once again, Toshipopo picking up that Apocalypse Ravi worked out so well for him last match. And I wonder if he's going to be able to stick that strategy out, though I imagine it will be a lot harder facing the crowd control of the Ambitious Tywin and the Dragon King Sharoon.
Exactly. Gotta loving it. Apoc Ravi popping out once again. Toshipopo. Will he have the perfect setup once again to have that revive from S3?
Valk, did you catch what artifact the Ravi was on from last game?
I did not, but I imagine it's one of the 3 prime suspect. The most common one would be Proof of Valor. Second most common, Draco Plate, which is the backup. Ooh, okay.
I'm thinking it might be a sweet miracle, like how we saw her on yesterday. And speaking of a miracle, a lovely lady descends from the heavens herself, Rowana, providing some protection to the team from the green. Might be able to help prevent and more importantly, get Nobunaga back into this game in a 1-1 situation.
Really?
Rowana here is a very interesting choice, as is mostly designed to, repeatedly activate the Albedo passive when she sends out her Bicorn. As it hits 4 people, it's going to heal a lot of HP, and ooh, there it is. I was going to say, you want to take out that Janua, and Martial Artist Ken is going to be a pretty serious threat when your Wukong is forced to crit every character on the team. So both players kind of identifying the strongest threat away from each other. And I think this Rowana, if she's good here, especially with that Albedo, is going to be the key for Nobunaga if he wants to come back in this series.
Worry not.
With the new Moon Luna,
now
we go into game 2. Yes, Divine.
I was going to say, Valk, you got to tell me here, we've seen the Immortal Wukong, but I've never seen him outside of my Rift guides. Hunchuck, by the way, but Hunchuck once again. Proof of Valor on the Dragon King Sharoon, taking a hit there. Valk, what is the Warrior King Immortal Wukong providing for this team here right now on Nopunaga's side?
Well, I mean, the first thing you have to keep in mind is that he's both resistant to penetration style damage, like with the Janua, like with the Blood Moon Haste, as well as Dragon Bride Senya. And the second thing he's really good against is critical hits. When you put it up, Apocalypse Ravi is going to just have such a tough time fighting against him.
And on top of that, there's Revive and Barrier now, making it even tougher for Toshipopo.
Might be what Nobunaga's looking for. Defense break did land on this Ray, provoked out as well. How Mediator says nope. A Warhorn cuts him here. Just going to be able to cleanse away that debuff. Wukong not getting the window to one-shot this Death Dealer Ray, putting down so much debuff, so much injury and damage against Nobunaga.
Kong give himself an attack buff
as
he gets engaged into the game. Ooh, you're right. That could have been close before.
Yep, and once you cleanse away that defense break, especially with Albedo's critical hit damage mitigation passive, he's just going to be able to stay chilling there, especially with Guardian Ice Crystal going for him. This is going to be a slog for Nobunaga to crawl through now.
That could have been bad there. The dual attack there, not actually what he would have wanted, as Tywin could have activated his passive and gotten that enraged mechanic ready and roaring to go. Now we've got the action coming down from the Albedo. Another stock, not taking off all the debuffs, but applying the defense break. Dragon King looking like she's in a vulnerable position right here.
And once again, we've seen these players use their defense break on the Dragon King Sharoon again and again. She is so important in holding back, as you would say, the deluge of debuffs. The Rey cannot use his ultimate, instead opting to put Pestilence down for his entire team, pushing up their combat readiness as well, and with that detonate, takes out Dragon King Sharoon.
That's one. Gotta go for more.
I must be
The venom was applied due to the buff from the Death Dealer Rey, which does mean that currently we have an enraged, ambitious Tywin who's looking for an opportunity to get his team back into the game right here.
He did save his cooldown earlier, so now, especially with Mediator Coeric's immunity wearing off, this might be a huge window, but that dual attack!
And one.
So much damage from that Aravi, so this turn needs to be huge. We'll see what debuff lands.
There's Flash. 2 stuns.
We're going for 2 stuns, 2 defense breaks. That might just be enough for the Warrior King to get on with his way. A soul burn here just to make sure the spear and a swipe damage reveals.
This all runs its
actually.
course.
Rey with the Sharoon out, he is going to be spreading that plague, putting targets to sleep.
Go to sleep.
He lands 5 out of 6 debuffs. That's not bad. You take that, and now the Tywin looks like he's definitely in trouble.
Come on, come at me.
He's not even here anymore, Falk. What are you talking about, Tywin? He's been escorted straight out of the game as the Stella Harpa cleanses right before another pop of venom can spell more disasters for the last 2 green units standing on Nopunaga's side.
I won't run
Nopunaga
anymore.
only has 2 units left. Defense break is still there for him, but is he going to be able to put out enough damage with this Wukong? His tournament's on the line. Bit of a dual attack comes through. Oh boy, but Soulburn though for the Rey, but no, instead goes for the Pestilence again, and now Mediator, he does have the S3, and he will restore balance, putting up that valuable immunity buff, and now I don't think the Wukong has what it takes to
Can
punch
Wukong
through
solo?
the health pool.
It's not Rift.
I accept
It's
your
definitely
blood
not
as an
Rift, and it's
offer.
not a Tristan Wolf video. Unfortunately, I don't know if he has enough of a showcase here to pull through, especially with the Aravi poised in just a couple of turns to bring back anyone who might suffer. A soul burn here means the extra damage.
Which of my powers would you like?
Wukong
to the
does
immortal?
resist the crit there, keeping himself alive and in the game, but as we highlighted, he is not good versus debuffs, and this venom damage will just eat away at him bit by bit, and that itself might be it is enough. Lone Roana left for Nopunaga.
And that is it, Nopunaga. GG's and Toshipopo will move up to the finals against Necoboro, a rematch since 2022.
You've got an easy breezy win for Toshipopo over here, simply exhaling after how easy it was for him to breeze through that set 2-0. Confidence is on our king with a small bit of just that immortal winner's mentality. You love to see it.
Absolutely. Toshipopo, knowing that right now the metagame favors all of these debuffs, favors all of these control, instead he's just going to play Apocalypse Robbie. You know, even with a Mediator Coeric, just swing through, big hit, big hit, big hit. Right? Every time the Apocalypse Robbie gets to take a turn, you know a lot of damage is coming through. And when she has that ultimate, it is going to hit and it is going to chunk.
That Aravi. It's been a while.
I gave you a chance.
When we have that Deliverance to jump.
It's too late to say
Here's the highlight.
sorry now.
Toshipopo Nopunaga, game 1. It was about the Celine.
Shall we put an end
About
to
the
this
Celine,
little
but it was
game?
also about all the supporting units that came around with her. With Destina coming out for the first time and providing those heals, but with double injury providers on the left side, those heals quickly spun out. And then, of course, it was a Laia game. Once she was able to get down enough turns, she's healing, she's getting extra turns, she's turn decreasing, and she's just repeatedly just dragging the enemy team through the mud.
And you love to see it, especially when, you know, I'm sure during the year and a half where she was just holding the metagame down single-handedly, you hated seeing Apocalypse Robbie. She was so hard to kill. But now that, you know, you got so many shiny new toys. You got the Haste, you got the Senya, Jinua as well. Seeing Apocalypse Robbie dominate a series, it's such an interesting experience, I'd have to say.
Some interesting heroes. Taking in for Nobunaga, bringing Destina, Rowena. Still not at all. Wukong seems to be picked about 5-6 times throughout 2 days, but hasn't been so hot. I don't recall a single win for Wukong so far.
I think the series where it was a Rikazo versus Kugerbat, Wukong was not only picked, but he was a huge player, right? Because Kugerbat was playing this control play style with the Lua, with the Nakuo, right? Just having a default built-in AoE S1, the auto attack, means that he could sweep all of these stealth units out into the open and let his team, even though they're not taking that many turns, they don't have their cooldowns. Very interesting usage there, and here I think he felt just a little bit short. The Meteor to Choleric with the immunity as well as the cleanse just took way too much sail out of his win for him to be able to land that damage against a mitigation knight like the Albedo.
Yes, Valky, it's kind of crazy that APOC can still deliver that much even after all these years when there's no injury on the other side. Still can work in 2024, or a unit that we really don't see as much. But toshipopo knows exactly the chance when to use her.
And that's just, you know, what it's like when somebody experienced gets their hands on a character they've been playing for a long time. We know all about that, don't we, Divine?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the real thing, right? We talked about how many new annoying nuisances seem to be in the meta right now, right? Robbie certainly is a problem, and she used to be that queen where you're like, I gotta take her out, I gotta force her down. But do you really care when Dragon's Bride Senya's there? Do you care when ML Haste is there? Do you care when Janua's one hair flip away from ruining your day? Not so much anymore. And when when the enemy team is missing debuffs, when it's missing the ability to injure her, she can still have a chance to shine.
I know, it's been some great quality, lots of diverse heroes so far in the second day in the Japan qualifiers. That's it for the semifinals, and I know, guys, you've been asking a lot about the second coupon. You might want to stick around for extra few seconds, right? We'll see you after the break for the finals for Japan qualifiers.
What are we doing? What is this?
The best intentions can lead to the worst outcomes. Back then, I didn't know. I'll never forget the moment despair darkened those hopeful eyes. But all I ever wanted was for everyone to live in peace. All I ever wanted was a world where everyone was happy. And just like I wanted, the war was over. Because there was no one left to fight in it. But this side of the story will never come to light, since there's no one who wants to hear the truth. I won't ask for forgiveness. You don't need my excuses. For the sake of peace, I'll be the villain I have to be. Time to end our twisted fate. Facts aren't what's important. What matters is what we perceive as the truth. When you look at me, who do you see? A butcher or mankind's savior? Will you be the one who sees through it all and understands me?
Trust in your queen! For this is a special invitation that will change your life. So I hope you're ready for Miracle Maid Kingdom!
Imagine how you would feel if your family was slaughtered. If the killer was revered as a hero of legend. Wouldn't it be horrifying? The screams of my enemies will be a requiem for the passing of my kin. Their blood will warm the corpse of my brother. I have no use for pride and honor as a warrior. All that remains is a void of emptiness and rage. Until the heart of my final enemy is run through, we won't stop. Will we, Ilian?
로드 가문의 이름을 이어받았으나 뜻대로 이루어지지는 않았다는 게 문제였지. 이걸 들 수 있는 자는 자네뿐일 거야. 날 위해 목숨을 바치려 했던 제뉴와 경에게 감사와 경의를 담아. 로드의 기사로서 손에 쥔 것에만 만족하던 내게 서로가 유일한 주인공이라고 말해줘. 우리의 만남은 필시 운명일 것이다. 그러나 필멸자와 불멸자가 감당할 아픔은 온전히 그의 몫이 되었으니. 이 녀석들이 진짜. 널 다시 만나는 날 들려줄 이야기가 부족할 일은 없겠어. 가자. 기대하고 있으라고.
And welcome back, everyone. Back to the Arena Championships. It's time to find out the best player from the Japan server. Is it going to be Necoboro or toshipopo? Only one of them will go up to that main stage. I'm gonna put you on the spot, boys. Who do you think's gonna take it all the way? Is it going to be Necoboro or toshipopo? Valky? Any idea?
Ooh, my brain says Necoboro, but I'm gonna go with my heart this time and go with my man toshipopo because there is a clear divide between these two players. You got a meta player, right? One of those guys that's just the villain of everything. So in this case, I gotta root for the hero, I gotta root for the chef, and I gotta root for the guy that plays for the unit he likes. So I'm rooting for toshipopo.
All right, Divine. Any words?
I think you had it right on the call with your brain all along, Valk. I think Neko's easily got it. He's already climbed through some of the most devious drafters in the match. As you can see here, 2-0'd his last match, setting him up in a perfect set. I know Toshi did the same exact thing, but I think he's had it a little bit too easy for too long. And you have to keep in mind, there is no losers bracket here. So once you get upset, you get rejected right out of the tournament.
That's right.
You might be onto something. Necoboro was just very strong at identifying his win conditions, and that's something that's always valuable to taking a win off of your opponent. But hey, I can't resist a good dish, and toshipopo has been absolutely cooking today.
That's right, all the players, and especially Necoboro, toshipopo, been locking that Tywin in the middle for the vanguards. Only one of the player, and now I'll take that. So let's see. It's the finals. Only one of them will be moving up and join along Rikazo and Xander for the main matches happening in August. Pretty similar styles, but some different time zone. Having a lot of Death to the Ray and also a Tywin to lock that down. But the other sauces, the other part of the equation was actually quite different.
Those have been very highly contested units, and once again, I think we're going to see big, ambitious Tywin plays from both of these guys, and I think the person who is able to control him more consistently, and the one that is able to counter him consistently as well, is going to be the final winner and the representation for Japan into E7WC 2024 this year.
Necoboro here, still the same page, most vanguard with a Tywin. We've been mentioning that unit so many times. Along with that, Hayes, who has been making a lot of appearance, but not as much impact compared to yesterday. I think a lot of the players somewhat figured out how to deal against him.
And that's the dangerous thing about ML Haste. Even when you do have him figured out, he's still a life battery. It's something you need to chew through to get to the rest of the comp. Now, we've seen plenty of viable options make that job much easier. We've seen the Midnight Gala Lilius, of course. But when those are taken off the table, start to get a bit more exciting, dexterous for how players are going to have to navigate the circumstances of the rest of their draft.
And once again, too, the clash on the pre-bans. The last time we saw something like this, both players were playing a game of chicken with each other. Do you stick to it and kind of, overlap and waste your pre-bans a little bit, or do you just swing that pivot and be like, all right, you ban the Nakuo, you ban the Politis, and for me, I'm going to start target banning your draft, and really interested to see how these players navigate that mind game there.
Toshipopo here, still yet to lose a single game. It was a 2-0 against Palmo, 2-0 against Nopunaga, just the match that we just had. No more time to wait. Here's the finals between the two players for Japan server. With a little bit of pause. So hold up. We might need a couple more seconds before we get into it. Okay, I was building the hype, but okay. What'd you say, Val?
Yep, just hold up. Wait a minute.
Yeah,
something right. I'm just, technical difficulties aside, we can all agree what the cause is here. It's the Phantom of Phantom, once again clawing its way into the tournament with a little bit of internet discrepancies, but I'm sure they'll get settled up pretty quickly.
Yep, it will just take a while. As soon as I hear something,
give the players a little bit of extra time to kind of think through what their overall strategy is, what their pre-ban is, because, oh man, how are you going to stop that A Ravi? And you know what? Maybe we don't have to answer that question. The players will answer them themselves. Right. And we're getting right back into the pre-bans now.
Maybe
wondering
with some injuries?
what they're going to do.
We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, injury is going to be a big factor, right? Both players play very tanky. So being able to reduce the effectiveness there and...
Ooh, Tywin ban.
Tywin banned out completely against toshipopo. Necoboro is not trying to have any of it. But you know what that means? It means Nokwol, especially with the Laya out of the game, is such a strong pick.
We saw her pre-ban before, and for good reason. A lot of the units that we have seen engaged are trying to get to these big, powerful S3s, and we saw Blood Moon Haste prevented from even getting one of those off in one of the global matches yesterday. Can something similar happen? Well, somebody who might just be able to stop him is Death Dealer Ray, putting people to sleep, and even more importantly in this case, buffing effectiveness for the rest of the units to claw through any ER resistance that the bruisers on toshipopo's side might be bringing.
That's right. Toshipopo finally, he lost that DDR to his opponent, Necoboro. We know one of the biggest solutions, Sharu.
And there it is. We do see the split between the two players for the Sharu and the Haste. And there it is. Nokwol locked in for toshipopo. Instead of picking it on pick number 3, he is going for Nokwol on pick 2, thus protecting the Dragon King Sharoon against that, so scary Death Dealer Ray. Excellently navigated, honestly.
You want to activate that passive whenever there is sleep from DDR coming down. Toshipopo certainly has one solution. What else does he have?
Necoboro needs to take a second to think about what he can do, especially, you don't have the A Tywin, you don't have Laya, and you're in the spot where you need to get one unit that not only can beat the Nokwol, but also presents good value, or at the least a challenge versus the Dragon King Sharoon, and there it is.
In the band protection slot?
And there it is. I mean, you stack so much effect resistance on here, and when these debuffs come through, one button press is all it takes, and all of that becomes reversed.
Exactly. We've seen her picked yesterday, but I believe it was post-banned.
Post-banned immediately, as do a lot of the flex options. Too creative to let stand by, and honestly wrenches in a lot of these players' plans. Oof, I'm going over crazy here, but crazy might be where you get the stroke of genius to combat this unusual playstyle. Toshipopo leaning crazy, picking a unit we don't see too much of, in all honesty, Navy Captain Landy. Now, I'm not sure people are familiar with her back at home, but she is able to spice up the draft and is joined by, of course, Celine. We all know her, with another Edward Alric coming out for the second time tonight.
Ooh, Celine is such a strong pick in this draft as well. There are drafts where she looks strong, but is actually, like toshipopo played against, you just don't use any of your non-attacking skills and you're fine. But in this case, you can always force an activation against that Dragon Brysenia, and boom, there it is. Edward banned out. We do not want him to be throwing back the debuffs, and Navy Captain Landy as well. Do not have any ways of consistently locking her down, as the Ray and the Urban Shadow Shoe doesn't have too many good outlets to output the damage against her.
With those two gone, there are some interactions between the two. But Celine did survive and make it into the field.
Celine survived, and as well as the Nokwol. Disabling and stopping a lot of these cooldowns from coming out is going to be a powerful antidote towards the madness that the enemy drafts are bringing in. And so we start with the Nokwol prim, proper, and ready to do some decent damage as she lets rip Roar and Raring the S3 immediately. No solar. Let's see how much it does. Not much at all.
So many resistance.
And that is a Japan server special. They love stacking ER, especially with that guild artifact, Bastion of Hope. You can just take out so many of these effective base openers just like that with no books to soul burn. And there it is. And yeah, that did so much work. You resisted so many debuffs. You necessarily don't even need to activate your Shooting Star Arcades. However, that is the drawback of running the Bastion Urban Shadow Shoe right there. Not going to be hitting too hard on her own turn. However, the extra damage, the injury will still be a factor against Toshipopo. He is now put on that timer.
Those resist.
From life into death.
And the immune from Sharoon.
Death into life anew.
Just going to use it.
Yeah, the capitalization on this is going to be key, but it's only one defense break. We saw Bastion of Hope. We saw resistances coming up left and right. My God.
That is probably the least effective Sharoon we've seen tonight, but I mean, a defense break is a defense break. Celine's not about to miss that beat, runs that damage through, and woo, Dragon Bright Senya on a quarter of her original HP.
Senya's the only target with the D break, so
Is that all you're capable of?
Back to here. He's going to have to come down hard with the S3, put her down for good, not even get her a chance, give her a chance to come back into the game, as Infinite Horizon at Katie's gets another turn, maybe not a turn well spent. Luckily dodges the stun there, would have made things even worse for her if she'd actually gotten it off.
I mean, you're eating so much injury anyway, you might as well rip that early, close out the Senya, get yourself a lead in this game, and hopefully tempo yourself out. Toshipopo is such a good player at reading the tempo of the match and trying to stay ahead of his opponent just ever so slightly. Comes through again, and he's really feeling that timer, and he's just pushing on that tempo, marching ever so forward, closer towards victory.
Finally, he lets a non-attack skill comes out, but that lets Celine get active and puts her almost at half HP immediately.
The dark shroud.
Well, with one non-attack skill, the rest will come flowing in as well. Going to need to see a stun to keep her from being active
poison cloud.
Pick your poison.
But also the cascade as well.
Treatment.
Misses the Celine turn, was not able to cleanse that sleep in time, so won't be able to use that cascade to his advantage. And now Urban Shadow Shoe is fully stocked, and summoning her squad is trying to send one of these units home. It is going to be the Celine. Extra burst goes through. Blood Aura does come out on the haste, the barrier, the immunity, sure, but no cooldowns available to him means he is not able to capitalize on that buff to drop the Scythe for a lot of damage.
No extra
Another
debuffs.
Tap.
I want candy.
Coming out there. Lullaby for Waves, waking up the Dragon King Sharoon immediately and putting her in a position where she can start doing damage. That cascade buff gives each team member fixed damage, so you see 521 there, but another 2,500 damage is added up on top. And if more stuns, more sleeps, or any of that bear comes out, it's going to get worse. Amazing resistance from the ML shoe right there in the back, keeping her in the game.
The question now is, how is Toshipopo going to be playing with these souls? And going to Soul Burn the Blood Moon Haste ignores the resistance, and now a lot of extra damage going down on this Urban Shadow Shoe. We know the Ray is limited in his efficacy because of that Sharoon, so the Shoe is the next target on the chopping block, and she has to go now. Infinite Horizon Acades will be able to heal the back of the team a little bit, keeping them just within range, and now we understand Toshipopo's gameplay. The plan is clear. We march forward, and we try to run over this Shoe.
And Chu's been taking a lot of damage. Here's Knuckle once again. It's already back. So quick and cooldown. But full resist,
quick on her
basically.
game, but only one bind makes it out after all that. Gonna have to start questioning the efficacy that Monk is bringing to the game. Is this gonna be another shot at getting a steal onto the Shoe? The shot comes through, but the Passion of Hope rings true.
She sure is trying, but resist is resist. You cannot debuff her. But once again, 2 souls. Do you wait for the knock cooldowns, or are you trying to use it on the haste, getting that extra damage through? Maybe especially if you're on that Celestine, getting the healing through as well.
And the pull there. Back to Chu. Even with the Soul Burn, chipping in.
Nice, but yeah, the Soul Burn's going to be a little bit nicer, especially landing the crit on top, make extra damage stack on extra damage. Now, another thing to keep inside, Toshipopo sitting on a nice fat stack of souls, when do these get activated? When do these get play? That's the question, and it's right here, right now, with an attempt at the stun, but it's missed altogether. This ML Shu is not taking any of it.
And that's a Japan server special. The resist shoes are so annoying to deal with because guess what? Whenever you pick her, you have to deal with Solitaria, and you do not want to eat any of those debuffs. And now the Haze doing everything that he can. We're soul burning into the race, strips the barrier. But even then, with all of those injuries in, he's not doing enough to move the needle to get himself into that win. Infinite Horizon Acades will be tempoing up this Shu. Shu with 5 stacks of focus resets her cooldown, gathers her squad again. Another cannon blast coming through. No crit, but the injury, extra tick is going to be sending this Sharoon home.
Necoboro.
Now we've just got the Blood Moon Haste and the Knockwall. Knockwall been unable to get much efficacy in this game at all. Just resisted at every turn. Finally, one of these hits goes through. Bastion of Hope being reduced lower each and every hit, reducing the overall ER, and the Frenzy ramping up, increasing effectiveness, and just like that, a Gab appears over Shu. She's ready to get that damage
attack?
Do you
Oh man, I mean, she's an HP scaling bruiser, so the attack not going to mean too much, but greater attack buff is greater attack buff. And hitting a Haze harder means you are getting one step.
Hey, you need to take that buff off that rat.
You gotta go, brother. Where's our souls?
Can you get the right buff?
Oh, he's gonna do minimal damage to the DDR, not even taking off the barrier. Hang on by the thinnest shreds. The bubble is still there. Another drop of the soul burn, and Haste is looking like he's hurrying up to the grave.
Here's the push again.
And the
it doesn't cut.
Infinite Horizon Acades pushing up the Ray, and now, I mean, even without landing the Venom, the extra auto attack damage from the Ray with the extra tick scaling to the injury is just going to be too much.
Finally a turn increase. Finally one, and what is this, like?
Oh, that's a GG.
30 of the game.
Oh
man, Necoboro.
Hitting time and time and time again. You do not need to be critting on this character for her to get so much value. I mean, just zap him, right? The injury by itself is enough to absolutely stop all of that damage coming out for Toshipopo, and the moment the green Selene goes down, that's all she wrote. Necoboro just holding it down, taking a steady march to his win.
That's right, Valky. The team with that much resist, why do you even need an Infinite Horizon Acades if you're not getting debuffed?
Obviously, for when we hit Frenzy 7, am I right? I mean, that was scary there almost for a second. There was a total of 3 binds that the Knockwall was able to land across her, 2 to 3 S3s that she was able to pull out. I mean, that ultimate skill looks like it wasn't doing too much at all, but so is the way it goes, and Toshipopo will learn from this. We've seen him learn from these matches before, and I'm waiting to see the attitude adjustment, and we'll get hints towards what it is when we see the pre-ban come out in just a moment.
Exactly, Divine. Toshipopo, that was the first game that he lost today. But this experienced player, because Toshipopo has been playing, and he was also out since 2022. E7 World Arena Championships. Here comes the pre-bans. Double haste! Alright!
Double haste.
Take him out!
Nobody wants to see haste.
Yeah, and Toshipopo not missing a beat. We are just going to snatch up that Death Dealer Ray right away. I want to take this moment to highlight how well Necoboro is navigating this game of chicken in the pre-bans, because you know, we talked about these guys ban the exact same character, and whether or not that's going to be a huge factor as well, right? And for him, he knew he could let the Natalon Monk Knockwall through because all of his characters, especially with that Urban Shadow Shoe picked in, locked in right here, has enough effect resistance, and that gamble paid off so huge for him.
Yeah, G-Clef, you ever play poker? Because I think based on what you were saying before, that might have been the greatest poker play I've ever seen in E7 history. Pick a Soul Weaver, one completely dedicated to wiping away debuffs, when in actuality, your whole team has enough ER to fill a truck the size of a gargantuan city on your side, right? It's almost like you're tricking your opponent at that aspect.
That was exactly the Joker card.
That's a bluff if I've ever seen one.
if you need that Joker to be used, but he didn't really have to use that at all. There's a knockwall, and toshipopo needs a response.
Knockwall did get just locked in. I mean, does toshipopo have any sort of bastion of hope play? And,
look at this!
It's mine now. It's mine now. You don't get to play with her. Mom said it's my turn with Infinite Horizon and Katie's. You don't get her anymore.
Oh, but she's still susceptible to the ban being picked forth for both sides. So now, do you pick a second cleanser just to lock it in versus the knockwall, or do you try to fish for a 50-50? You know, that's a high risk, high reward play, but maybe when you're down 0-1 in a series, that's the route you have to take. And there! Wow, we saw the last piece, Corinne, come up huge against Poopus yesterday. Xander played that unit to perfection, taking out the knockwall on the first turn. And I wonder which one of these units Necoboro is going to have to ban in order to let the knockwall do her thing.
Will she get through? Last piece, Corinne. That Phantom Sword delivers so much damage. We all know that. And the bans?
A lot of damage, and you know who else deals a lot of damage? Navy Captain Landy joining her sister, Abyssal Euphine, in the bans. I just mean in terms of definitive knights, the tankiness, the protection, and all that damage gone, leading us to a slightly slower match, especially with players like the Dragon Bride Senya and the Crimson Armin in play. Strap in, ladies and gentlemen. This one's going to be a comfy ride.
Put your life on the line.
Ooh, snapping right into action. Last piece, Corinne does get that first turn. She's thinking about it. Knockwall, not the back unit being protected by the Dragon Bride Senya. Bankai, this is going to come through. And now she's ready for action. Attack the
Phantom Sword.
I am the sword.
Phantom Sword, yup, the S2 takes the knockwall out right away. That's what we're looking for.
The vacuum strike.
Immediate kill from Sue's favorite unit right there on display. That's why you love her. Speeding up and turning the tempo of the game sideways. toshipopo getting a kill right off the bat, but that ML Rat is still in the game, and she had a lot to say last time. Let's see how it continues from here.
She certainly did. But without the knockwall, just Valky.
Yeah, he needs to be able to crawl back in this match. We know that he likes to play tempo. We know that the bzz does a whole lot, especially now that you're playing against it. The healing, you can block out the heal. Injury is damage you can't heal back, but this Urban Shadow Shoe has no crit. It's just the bzz is by itself. Is it enough for Necoboro to use against toshipopo now that he doesn't have those debuffs? He doesn't have the cooldown resets as well as the bind going for him.
This ML Senya even protecting that rat in the back. Necoboro, can you really come back with just the 3?
How this ends.
Look at the amount of buffs on this last piece, Corinne.
Oh, was that even illegal? That did not seem like an allowed amount of damage. This Corinne is going for the kill right off the bat, almost getting second blood. No, she does want second blood. She's getting active and back in there. She was insulted by the one that got away. She got right back into the action and decided she needed another kill. More blood on her hands.
Just getting a little more. Necoboro was scratching his head, back of his head a little bit after that play. toshipopo?
Ooh, a crit, you know, we get lucky.
You'll make an excellent specimen.
I mean, this character gives, what, like 30 free crits, so you definitely take that. And now, Death Dealer Ray, without the Sharoon on board to hold him back, he's going to be spreading that plague, spreading that sleep, and ooh, the shoe's still online, landing only one.
There's a sleep.
That's a lot of damage considering that was a Soul Weaver who put it out. And you know who loves seeing that kind of damage?
GG call
That's
from Necoboro.
Right, a GG.
Toshipopo. We'll take game number 2, 1-1 tied, one final game to go up to the main stage.
toshipopo really clawed back into that game, found his advantage, and just struck immediately. The ML striking with the Bankai, going whop, 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 and just doing her stuff, absolutely putting the entire team in a grave. And Death Dealer Ray was no slouch at all. He provided the perfect backup. Once the Dragon King Sharoon was put to bed permanently, he could put the rest to sleep as follows.
Wop, 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 wop. She gonna do her stuff. And that is the power of Last Piece Corinne's exclusive equipment. For the longest time, Nakwol was a very oppressive unit because the only characters that could deal with her were these supports, these cleansers. So when she comes out later in the draft, you either were in a position to ban her or you were stuck because you had no DPS units that could survive her or be able to do damage through her. And now that Last Piece Corinne can bust units out of stealth and absolutely pick them off, wow, you can just take a DPS unit really late into the draft and still be able to overcome the Nakwol. That is such a key exclusive equipment released right before Worlds. You love to see it.
It's because Corinne's fast enough, right? Not that many DPS
she's
can
like
cut
124 base
Nakwol.
speed. Yeah, I mean, no matter how good your gear is, right? Nakwol is what, base 115 versus 124? You're going to need to overcome a whole lot of gear gap in order to win that matchup.
A very fast unit indeed, and it all comes down to this. One final game, best of 3, 1-1 tied. Is it going to be Necoboro or toshipopo? Moving up to that DDR mirror ban.
We got mirror ban after mirror ban because both players know the plan and they know that the most dangerous unit in their hands is also the most dangerous unit in their opponents.
And this is such a cool matchup to see because it's a mirror match of very defensive players who, you know, both are masters of being defensive-minded and navigating around what the opponent brings. And we've seen them take one apiece. I'm so excited to see how they navigate around each other to take that win home. Dragon Bride Xenia taken first from Necoboro as the first pick, and toshipopo saying, I'm going to reply with the Abyssal Euthine as my carry of choice, and Crimson Armament to hold down my defenses.
These meatheads.
And into Sililius and Landy. What's Arunka doing here? She did get a buff a while ago.
toshipopo cycling through his green units, and they're... Ooh, okay. Ocean Breeze Luluka's one we haven't seen, I think, all day today, right?
Yeah. Not today. Seen her yesterday a little bit.
Yeah, very solid versus Conqueror Lilius. You know, Conqueror Lilius wants to walk and talk and give that vigor buff over to her entire team, which with Navy Captain Landy, way too good.
Fire ready.
Oh, wow. toshipopo is swinging out these, honestly, a lot faster than I thought he would. You're now countering the Conqueror Lilius and as well as the Navy Captain Landy. That's solid.
We're talking a little bit earlier today on how Apocalypse Ravi was such a great purveyor of injury damage, but we also have to acknowledge that since the buff, Ravi has found her own definitive place amongst the top of the top when it comes to doing that. And when you have characters like the Death Dealer Ray banned out and a couple others, you're going to have to find more innovative options to really beat these bruisers down in the HP department.
Yep, we've seen the damage that Ravi can deliver yesterday, especially that Soul Burn was breaking through a lot and has to go through into Gala Lilius.
It will end
with Nakwol finishing off.
Yeah, and finally we see that Nakwol. Nakwol's usually third picked in these matchups just to be annoying to your opponent, and now neither player are sure they want to take her, and it's kind of, you know, please go ahead, be my guest, take this Nakwol. Oh, no, you play a lot of ER, you go ahead. I'm okay just playing actual damage units, and that now the Albedo, last pick, locked in. toshipopo, no matter what happens, would be extremely defensive. So much defensive utility going over to him. You got Crimson Armament, you got Albedo, you even got Ocean Breeze Luluka coming in with those defense buffs. Whew, that is going to be a tough nut to crack.
Yeah, on that note, ban selections are out. I'm suspecting of Euthine ban on left side towards right, but I'm wondering what toshipopo sees as the enemy here for his ban. No,
Albedo ban.
Honest to God ban for both bottom two.
Yeah, and when you're looking at such a defensive draft, normally you're very much afraid of that Gala Lilius, but in this case, you got Crimson Armin with that damage mitigation, possibly a barrier set as well. Same with the Ocean Breeze Luluka. Maybe you just let that through. You know, she's gonna do a lot of damage, yes, but then you can strip the buffs, you can debuff the team, you can blind your enemies. So that might be an out for toshipopo here, identifying his win condition.
Yes, Falky. Final game of Japanese qualifiers. Starting from Necoboro, Lilius does have the speed.
He's
put up the
certainly
bigger
the
first.
clock on his side.
Yeah, you gotta think about whether or not you want to walk here, right? Because yes, the buff is good, but is it worth giving the Ocean Breeze Luluka 2 stacks of focus, letting her immediately debuff and strip the team? But with the Gala Lilius here, what is that? Catching that Bastion of Perlucia barrier as well as the immunity buff, you're not exactly afraid of the strip, so you know you're getting guaranteed value off of this.
Now here comes the licensed driver, Ocean Breeze Luluka. Remember, it's not vehicular manslaughter if there are survivors. And she gets the silence buff up on the landing. Not too effective as of yet, but a couple others on the Conqueror Lilius certainly make their way through as Dragonbite Senya takes another shot at the Crimson Armin and gets that counterattack rolling out.
Elbrus #1 comes out for this matchup. I mean, that's going to be a very big factor whenever you have Navy Captain Landy. But that's not who's important here. Gala Lilius says, I need to take down this tank right here.
31! She's out! She's disappeared! It's a little bit of a Houdini act, ladies and gentlemen. There was a unit here, and then 2 seconds later, I fear she's gone. Where does she go? Me, the audience, and my assistants could never tell you. But Robbie's more than happy to follow up on that disappearing act, and Yufine's getting ready to cause another one of her own. Counter proc coming out.
And the salvo from Necoboro.
Yep, the salvo's coming out as well. But what does that do? It charges up the demon blood on the Ravi in the back, and she's more than ready to get a taste of the game. Sure, give her a little bit more.
That just charged up both of the fighting spirit character for toshipopo. The danger is coming, and I don't know if Necoboro can handle fighting against both.
Toshipopo's still in this.
Lightly get out of my sight.
Absolutely, and speaking of still in this, so is the Midnight Gala Lilius, who is going to crit straight through that fiend right there. And now the team has to take action right here and right now. It's going to be a soul burn here on the S2, and it can only be on the Robbie because somebody doesn't care about the debuffs you got, and she's traumatized and ready to blow this team up.
That redirected provoke is so clutch. Now you can no longer afford to hit her with a critical strike because that will cleanse that away, which will completely disrupt your game plan. The game plan for Necoboro right now.
Hold, Valk, here she comes.
She is.
This is the big moment. Drama. This is going to strip the enemy team of their buffs and send them back on the CR bar. Maybe even far enough to get some more action. But the counterattack with no salvo means she's going to survive.
Oh my god.
Oh man, I thought she was gonna fly the wall, but not that much damage is going to be going through. He's thinking about his turn here. Soul Burn available to him. Can he pop a unit? Who is he going to go for here? Drops a Soul Burn, goes on to Senya. Healing comes through. Not enough.
Added action from the Ravi.
Necoboro.
Focus.
About to take the game.
The perfect attack right there, ladies and gentlemen. Not only was that massive damage, but it was the landing pushing up to get in position to let all cannons fire. And introducing that damage is going to be Midnight Gala Lilius. Bring her down to the pits. Will this hit? No, it's a miss. Clear as day.
Oh, toshipopo is still in this, but he needs to wade through
the warship is here, though.
Damage.
Warship is here,
and
it's
survive.
And it blows her up instantly.
Necoboro will be the winner.
You can see Toshipopo leaning back and reeling from that loss there. Wanted his Robbie to just hold on a little bit, but Necoboro putting up the fist with his guiding stars, leading him not astray today, but to a perfect and absolute victory as the Japan qualifying champion going forward into the tournament.
Certainly.
I will tell you what, Divine, you were absolutely right at the beginning. When you said Necoboro seems like he was more on it today. He navigated through the draft expertly, and not only that, he made excellent decisions for himself. Redirect provoking the Ravi to buy himself time to burn down the Abyssal Euphine, taking her down, and then afterwards full sending everything he's got into the Ravi, bursting her down, and that's all she wrote.
Necoboro finally coming down to a 2-1. It wasn't a 2-0. Went all the way back. We thought that Ravi still had some chances. Let's take a look at the highlights of the finals as we just rewind. That DDR just turned off the lights.
Absolutely, there's nothing darker than absolute darkness. You know what? In honor of that DDR, I think it's about time we
killed the highlights.
Yeah, we gotta welcome the darkness over here. You know, he just didn't want his strategies being revealed, but we're gonna be seeing it all right here, ladies and gentlemen. The finals before your eyes. Dragon King Sharoon having her play, and Celine having her day. So much that she was picked, and so much she would not quit, dealing that massive damage towards the enemy team with Blood Moon Haste coming above and between all of this damage incoming. It was a clear and easy path forward for toshipopo in this first match.
I hope you
Oh man, and you know, toshipopo did try. I think he played a lot of his matches super well. He drafted well, but Necoboro just seemed like he was one step ahead of the mind games, and that tiny bit of an edge was what he needed to eke out that win, taking a 2-1 victory, getting himself that spot into the E7WC 2024 main stages.
Infinite Horizon Arcades. She made her appearance. And also this last his Karin slashing through Nakwal. It was exactly the same yesterday. But on the flip side of the screen, one pick, one kill is just enough with the Phantom Sword.
The bloodthirst on the Phantom Sword user as well. Not enough blood yet on her blade, almost imitating BBK there for a moment. And then, of course, we had this match, the duality, the back and forth. Of course, the landing counters were all well and good. They started to get dangerous when they started to charge up both the Ravi and the HU Feed's combat readiness bars. The trauma here was effective, but it wasn't enough to push back and put to dust the rest of the enemy team. And with the 2-turn redirected provoke on the Ravi, when her big moment came, it also passed her as well.
And the real important highlight here is the battle of the Elbrises. The Navy Captain Lanny versus the Abyssal Euphine. Both characters dropping Elbris counterattacks left and right. And finally, when all said and done, when their fighting spirits were full, it was the Navy Captain Lanny that took the win.
Congratulations, you made it through the Japanese qualifiers as the one going into the main matches. Do have some questions for you, of course. How do you feel right now? 네코보로 선수 이렇게 재패니즈 퀄리파이어 통과하게 됐는데 지금 기분이 어떤지 한번 물어보고 싶습니다. Or wait, 1 second. I think the 네, 다시 부탁드립니다.
请问一下你现在感想如何呢？
1 second. We have English, Korean, and then the translation into the Chinese. I don't think he entirely heard the question. 한 번 더 물어봐 주시겠습니까?
恭喜选手，请问一下你听得到我吗？
Yes, Necoboro. What'd you say? You feel great? You feel so happy? You feel like the one from Japan? I think we're having a little bit of the audio issue. Maybe not going directly into Necoboro. 지금 Necoboro 선수 좀 들리는지 한 번 더 물어봐 주실 수 있나요?
嗨，请问一下你听得到我吗？
I think Necoboro's a little too happy, guys. That
I mean, if you could hear us,
the audio might not be going through entirely. So let's just wait a little bit more. and make sure that Necoboro is actually hearing us. Necoboro, can you hear us? The sensei from Japan. Necoboro 선수 들리시나요?
请问一下，听得到吗？
1 second. Okay, his mic is not getting through, guys. I will try as many as let's spend a couple minutes because we do want to hear from the champion, right? Necoboro, could you give us the wise words, the tips of how you went through the Japanese server qualifiers? Necoboro 선수 들리시나요?
请问一下，听得到吗？
Okay, not yet. Okay, we'll come back to the casters and we'll talk a little bit until we actually have him on the interview. Guys, any questions to Necoboro who went all the way through?
Oh, okay, yeah, I want to specifically ask him, right? Seems like he's very familiar with the tank down metagame, especially when he pulled out the Death Dealer Ray, Albedo A Taiwan combination. So my specific thing I want to know was, when was it a sign for him to hit that switch, and when does he know to pivot out and go for a different setup instead?
Oh man, that's a hard question, going through 3 different languages. Okay, I'll try. Any question,
if it needed, I could translate to Chinese as well.
I mean, I'm a man of the people, as always, and I share in chat's burden, so I do have to ask this. What is behind the curtains? Is it the unknown? Is it the galaxies unfurling before our eyes? Yeah, is it the next ML5?
Literally what's behind the curtain? Okay.
Yeah, what's behind the curtains? Yeah.
Maybe Solitaria. Oh, maybe that's a big setup with the stars. Oh, I believe the interview is ready once again, guys. Oh, hold up. Let's go to the interview and let's talk to Necoboro, the champion from the Japanese server. Necoboro, once again, congratulations. Can you hear us this time? 들리시나요, Necoboro 선수? 축하드립니다.
恭喜你，请问一下，你听得到吗？
Necoboro 선수? Necoboro, how do you feel right now as the winner from the Japan server? Necoboro 선수 지금 이렇게 1등으로 나왔는데 기분이 어떠신가요? 한번 물어봐 주시죠.
你现在得第1名，那请问一下感想如何？
我的感想就是我现在非常激动。然后，其实我原来是一名不怎么打 RTA 的玩家。 这次心血来潮，想参加一下我们这个 WC 2024，然后，侥幸获得了我们这边的出线名额。各位对手也都是非常实力强劲。在这里，我想感谢我的283的团友们，他们昨天晚上陪我练习到半夜3点钟。 我这次出现跟他们也有他们非常大的帮助，就是这样。
일단 되게 기분이 좋습니다. 그리고 제가 처음으로 출전하게 되는데 이렇게 좋은 결과를 얻은 것 같아서 되게 기분이 좋고 같이 이제 대결한 선수분들이 다 너무 잘하는 것 같고요. 그리고 저를 어제 도와주신 283 팀메이트가 있는데 그분들이 어제 저를 새벽 3시까지 도와줬습니다. 그래서 되게 고맙다고 전달하고 싶습니다.
Yes. And Necoboro says, I feel so great. It's my first time in E7WC. Going through was amazing. All the players are very, very good indeed in skill. And I'd like to say special thanks to 283 helping me out until 3 a.m. last night to getting through all those practices. Wow, it seems like a lot. Good. First of all, good to hear from you, finally. And the second question, we do have to bring it down. Oh, the shoe, resistant shoe. That was something else. How high is that FRS on the shoe? 일단 다른 질문을 드려야겠는데 또 슈 저항이 엄청 높았던 걸로 봤거든요. 저항이 어느 정도 높게 세팅이 됐는지 좀 말해줄 수 있을까요?
像你打秀的时候打得很好，那可不可以问一下你的那个设定呢？
这里听得不是很清楚，可以再说一次吗？
关于 Shu 就是你打得很好，那请问一下，你对那个设定可不可以讲一下呢？
是说设定吗？还是说什么？
Lil Puff。
Lil Puff。
小泡芙，小泡芙。
对，小泡芙。
哦，小泡芙是吗？是在说那个暗泡芙是吗？
对。
哦，好的。我觉得暗泡芙是一张非常强的卡，就是它非常适合现在的 RTA 的肉的环境。然后，虽然它有点怕护盾套的红焰雅敏和那个小光盾，我忘了叫什么，和小光盾这个角色，虽然有点怕这两个角色，但是他的全体加速 buff 还有他的裂伤都对比赛的影响很大。我觉得这是一张这个版本非常强的卡。
일단
네,
이 캐릭터는 되게 좋은 카드인 것 같습니다. 일단 속도 자체도 되게 좋고 이 게임 전체 했을 때 되게 좋은 결과를 주었던 것 같아서 되게 좋은 카드인 것 같습니다.
So Shu, of course, pretty good in speed. She does well in everything. So that's one of the reasons why Necoboro has been choosing ML Shu. Another question certainly is that Japan server had lots of champions. Necoboro, do you have the confidence to go into main stage and get that trophy? 일본 서버에서 챔피언이 굉장히 많이 탄생했습니다. 재팬 이번에 일본 서버에서 뚫고 올라가게 되었는데요. 또다시 재팬 서버에서 챔피언이 나올 수 있을까요? 자신 있나요?
你这一次以日本服你有进了，那请问一下，以日本服的选手，请问一下你有没有自信赢呢？
尽力而为吧，就是因为日服这边比较快的选手都在第一轮淘汰了，就是留下来的都是玩的比较慢的选手嘛。可能我在这方面打的比较多，比较有经验。就是外服的选手速度恶魔很多，我有点怕被他们速度霸凌，就是这样。但是我还是会尽力而为的。
일단 최선을 다하겠는데 빠른 선수들이 이제 일본 서버에서 탈락이 돼가지고 좀 아쉽고요. 그리고 이제 남은 선수들이 이제 좀 경험이 많다 보니까 저도 일단 최선을 다하도록 하겠습니다.
Of course, there are lots of good players out there. I will try my best, and a little disappointed that all the other players are eliminated. But of course, I will try my best to become the champion. And just one more question. We had a lot of this in chat. What is behind you? The curtain. Is it what's behind the curtain? 일단 채팅 글로벌 쪽에서 좀 많이 올라온 게 있는데 뒤에 커튼이 있는데 뒤에 뭐가 있는지 굉장히 궁금해하거든요. 한번 물어보실 수 있나요?
请问一下，你后面那个窗帘后面有什么呢？
是我们家的储藏室，就是给你们看一下。
Oh, nothing.
Oh, Pog!
그냥 주방이라고 합니다.
Just part of the kitchen. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Necoboro. Congratulations so much. Best of luck in the main matches. 오늘 굉장히 좋은 모습 보여주셔서 감사하고요. 메인 스테이지에서 좋은 모습 기대하겠습니다.
恭喜你，然后期待下一个比赛。
Thank you for the interview, Necoboro. We know what's behind the curtain, guys. The secret is revealed.
I'm so sad it wasn't Solitaria, man. If he was hiding Solitaria, that's how he was just getting focus from everybody else to charge his ML Shu. I thought there was a sauce to that.
Some special techniques, right? Getting cooked up in the kitchen over there. Perfect place, right? That's where you want to be, right? Right next to the kitchen. You go from cooking to absolutely cooking. 1 second from the next.
Yep. Sometimes the
Man,
translation
cooking he
takes...
did. He cooked so many of the chefs in today's matches, and I'm glad he made it on going forward, and I look forward to what else he is going to draft.
Exactly. Necoboro some really humble words to his fellow guildmates and also the fellow Japanese server competitors. Also there. Let's see who else comes out to be Tom. So 3 slots filled out of the 8 so far. Oh, let's see what the others hold, because in just a couple of hours we will also have Europe, 1 more slot there. So, and I'm pretty sure we will have some different meta, different heroes kicking in. Here's the updated tournament tree until the end. Necoboro all the way advancing to the main matches. We'll see him in August. But as we expected, Japan server totally delivered some quite spicy sauce.
We got to see the hold spread in the meta today. I mean, there was classic tank down. We saw a little bit of cleave as well, even into a full speed imprint race. And of course, my GOAT, sanadakuon, shout outs to him again, cooking up that Iseria draft, a man after my heart.
That was something else. Divine, any words from the Japan server?
It really just is. It's a position you have to take with grace, is what I'd say, right? And that's exactly what I think our winner here has today. You know, you've won, but what have you won? You've essentially won an opportunity to participate after knocking out everyone from your fellow server. So now all the hopes, all the dreams are riding on you, and you're the only one, right? Global server and all some of the other servers get to bring another partner with them, but everyone who's rooting from Japan server, they're riding their hopes on you. Can you deliver? Can you make sure to capitalize on that spirit and drive it forward? We're just gonna have to watch when we hit quarterfinals.
Yep, that's right. Only 2 done out of so many. After this, we have EU, and then next week, Asia, Korea. We still have so many servers to go through to find out who's moving into that main matches. Sometimes the luck's slightly better towards you, sometimes against you, but you just have to go through all that, right? And of course, we're not just done with the Japan server. We should be having that. All right. In, I believe, exactly 2.5 hours. I believe I'm doing the math correctly. In just 2.5 hours, EU will be live. So make sure to come back for that in just a few hours. We'll take a break. Now, of course, Divine, you need some sleep on that hard rock wooden bed. And we will be coming back really, really soon. Just a couple of hours. Thank you, everyone, for watching the Japanese qualifiers. Congratulations to Necoboro for going into the main stages. We'll see you in just a couple of hours. Thanks for watching.
All right, we them boys. Oh, that was a pretty good series. Pretty good series.
I'm dying, bro. I'm dying.
Hey, get some rest, bro. Get some rest. Yeah, get some sleep. I call you. You want me to give you that wake up call?
Oh no, we're